Hey, where's my teeth? How's it going? Yeah, I'm back. I was hanging out in Hawaii. Let me go pop my little source up here for streaming default. Where's that at? There's our streaming default. All right. So here's what we got today. I'm back. I can see you guys. Bottleneck. I should be able to. Ooh, let me check my. I'm gonna put my little multi-stream chat here so I can see people from both sides. But we got YouTube going, we got Twitch going, and I was thinking about what would be fun to do right as we kind of get back. You know, I've been out. I haven't streamed in a week now, a little over a week, because I've been in Hawaii working. What I thought I'd do is show you guys some stuff, invite people to Discord, because that's always fun when people come hang out. Captain Chica, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. Show you guys some stuff. There was a really weird thing that happened in Discord, and I haven't been able to figure out what happened. I remember I was in Hawaii, and I was checking it on my phone, and the number of users that were interested in our 16-week course went from 208 to 0. And I was like, this has to be some kind of glitch, and I didn't really think anything of it. But then this weekend, just yesterday, we had a guest speaker, and only one person showed up, so nobody got alerted. So I put out a thing yesterday, like last night, and said, hey guys, if you're interested in doing the course still, we're still doing the course, but it deleted everybody's. For lack of a better term, it's like if you've ever seen a series of events in a any kind of tool, like in a Gmail or like in a Outlook or something like that. It deleted all the series of events and then recreated them. I don't know what did it. I don't know what process did it. All I know is everybody that was interested no longer is. So you got to go through and just click on it and say that you're interested again if you're wanting to get the alerts. I know some people depend on those alerts. The time's the same. The event's the exact same. I don't know what happened to it. I don't think any person did it. But it just like wiped in the system. I don't know exactly what happened. I was playing on my phone, so I didn't delete it and recreate it, especially not correctly. It'll always show in your local time for people that care about that kind of stuff. But all right, so what I thought to do today that I thought would be fun is we'd come here and we'd start going through all of the original. Where's the first one at? Hold on, I gotta go find the first one. And we'll just kind of go through these and just go through the labs and stuff. And if anybody's got any questions or want to talk about what we did in the different systems administration courses up to this point, we just kind of review and go through them. So if anybody wants to do that stuff, if anybody wants to, I don't know, talk about anything, if anybody wants to hear about the Hawaii trip, you can. This is Ranger down here. My brother sent us a picture of Ranger chilling at his house. Since we didn't pick Ranger up last night when me and the wife came in. It was kind of raining. I guess it's only going to rain and be 50 in Phoenix today, so it's going to be another cold day of rain. We just didn't want to pick Ranger up in kind of the heavy rain. So this is Ranger hanging out over at my brother Tom's house, about a little over a mile away. But that's Ranger. He's chilling. He had a birthday. We were terrible. We were out of town for his birthday. Terrible dog parents, right? But we were in Hawaii. I was training people on his birthday. His birthday is the same as my younger brother's birthday. So my two twin brothers, Matt and Tom, they turned 40 on the 29th, and Ranger turned 13. So that's kind of funny. Cuddlingus, it was good. Hawaii was really good. I've been sharing pictures with you guys down in the Discord kind of as we went. I could pull up some of the pictures if you guys wanted to see here, I think. Where's my teeth? I was going to ask you, how does it work for starting a program late? Do we just submit our work with Discord for each lab? Can we still get feedback? So where my teeth, there were so many people originally that I had people just hold on to everything until the end. So you don't have to submit anything now. But yeah, people that came in late, you can absolutely start the program. You would just start putting in discussion questions and going and looking what's there. You would also just start going in there and doing your worksheets each week and hold on to them. Yeah, it makes it easier. And then because I figure when we had 40 people, I was like, okay, I can keep up with this grading and stuff. And then we blew up to like 200 people, and then now with the thing all busted, whatever happened to the Discord, it was kind of busted. So I just want people, I don't want people to miss out or think like I canceled the course or something because they stopped getting alerts. I would rather everybody know we're still doing it. We're still doing Linux every day. And there's all that stuff. So hopefully that's good. Hawaii stuff. Let me pull up. I guess I should just leave Discord up. I was just kind of posting stuff as we went. We had food. I posted. This was me and the wife were sitting at this place called Mama's House, Mama's Fish House. That's what it is. This place has been there 50 years. It is the most expensive place I've ever eaten. And we didn't even try to go that hard. But they did. The wife told me I could drink, and I don't normally drink, but I had a couple of rum and cokes, and that woman poured them real strong, so I was pretty toasted for a while. But it was the most expensive date I've ever had. I told the wife she's the most expensive date I ever had. Our 2 meals before tip were $288. I've never spent that much on food ever in my life, but we were in Hawaii, and this was recommended, and it was really, really good fish. I got a ahi and a salmon and some other type of fish and like a curry. So there were 3 different like fillets of fish on mine. Did I have to tap into retirement? No. I didn't have to go all the way into retirement for that, but that was a bit with tip. I gave them a good tip, so it was $388. They sat us. It was funny. So this is the other thing about that place. People have to book reservations 2-3 months out to this place. We didn't know that. We got there on a Friday at 4:00 because I wanted to avoid people. So we went in there, and they were like, yeah, we can seat you if you don't mind sitting at the bar. They didn't tell us that it was the bar, though. But they were like, yeah, we can seat you. We got 2 seats. Well, it was just at the bar, so we just got to hang out with the bartenders. And it was kind of fun because, we don't really drink. But when I was younger, I did drink quite a bit. And I used to be a bouncer when I first got out of the Army. I was a bouncer for about 5 years at a nightclub. I didn't need to bounce. I did it for fun while I was also in tech. And the wife's never seen people make drinks. So right over here to the left, she got to watch the woman that was like our bartender and she was kind of like our waitress. She was making drinks the whole night. So the wife really got to watch that. And she thought that was a really cool process. And I told her, I was like, you can go work in a bar when you retire. And she's like, no, I don't want to do any of that. But it was funny. I told the wife, I was like, because she said, oh, that looks really fun. She's like doing all this stuff and she's got all the recipes in her head. And I said, wife, Julie, is that, I call her Julie. Sometimes I call her wife on here. I don't care if you guys know her name, but I said, Julie, no, they think about all these games that kids like to play, and even people my age probably, where you go and you have to keep recipes in your head to build stuff for people. People love those games. So, I think if you love that game where you have to like go put 4 things together and make the next order and do all that stuff, like the fast food restaurant things and I don't know, all these different simulators that are out there, just go be a bartender. You make really good money being a freaking bartender. So, did I share this picture to Ranger? Oh, there's Tommy. Tommy shared that Ranger. So that's Ranger at my brother Tommy's house looking out the door for wherever we are, apparently. Yeah, there was Tommy posting that picture for all you guys as well. So good. All right. Well, let's get to some Linux. I know people don't hang out with me for my talking, but I have been gone for a week, so people probably missed that a little bit. Let's we'll hop down into here and we'll go to my creator stuff. We could also do a little fisherman stuff today. That would be good. We'll just hop into basic Linux. Oh yeah, that was the one from earlier. All right, so I'm going to go to Lab 1. I'm going to link this to both of you guys on both sides. So if anybody wants to follow along and do this, Killer Code is completely free. I don't get paid anything from it. They don't charge you guys anything for it. But let's just go do some basic Linux stuff as we kind of talk through the course and kind of work through some little stuff. Yeah, talk about triage, busy night at bartending. Nothing. Yeah, the bartenders, they have to keep a lot of stuff in their head and a lot of they're just basically knocking out orders quick. Yeah. Where's my teeth? Yeah, we talk about whatever you want. I'm just hanging out. I'm not doing that. Like, this isn't going to be like an official recording or anything. This is just us doing live stuff. Yeah, Rocky came and became a community run effort after CentOS was stopped. Yeah, so Rocky Linux and Alma Linux are like the 2 major ones that came out of CentOS no longer being supported directly from Red Hat. Yeah, yeah, that's basically what it is. They filled a gap of, well, and so we could put a few things together, but Red Hat stopped doing CentOS right around the time that they pushed out. It was a little while later when they wrote their infamous letter about open source communities being a bunch of freeloaders, which is amazing because like everything that they do is based on the community of open source. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But they wrote out their thoughts. You can go read, if you go look up Red Hat freeloaders, they called the open source community freeloaders, which was just an amazing thing. It's one of the things that got Jeff Geerling really pissed off. If you guys know about Jeff Geerling, he's the guy who does, he's done the most work in the Ansible community. He's got a pretty cool little YouTube channel where he does is projects and stuff on there. But he's probably one of the most prolific and well-known authors in the Ansible space, automation space. And I got to see the guy talk one time. He's pretty good. He's pretty solid. He does a lot of talks and stuff like that. He came from a Django background, so he did the Django stuff for a long time too. So thanks for the subscription over on the YouTube. That's basically a follow. I should just call it follows. But Juan, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. And hopefully I said your name right, because that name is definitely more Asian, and but it looks like XUAN, which looks like Juan to me. So I'm from the Southwest in America, so everything looks like Juan. All right, so let's go look at this real quick. Oh yeah, no wonder Rocky's so smooth. Yeah, slandering the community after forking off your enterprise OS is not cool. Yeah, everything. Red Hat's this interesting thing. They don't actually own any of the software. I mean, they now have Ansible and they have some other stuff, but the Red Hat process is really what adds value. They validate that everything works together. That's what they do. But even when I was at the keynote speech the year in 2018 when they got bought right at the end of 2018 by IBM, and the IBM CEO said, "Yeah, we took a huge risk. We paid $38 billion for a company that didn't have any assets." They didn't actually. He said it was strange for us. We were buying somebody who didn't own any of the software that they actually sold. And that's actually 100% true. Red Hat doesn't own. They own the name Red Hat, obviously, and they don't own the name Ansible and stuff. But they are a packaging pipeline for a software product that has a certain level of stability, and you pay them for support on that stability. That's what they actually do. If you were to look at it like in an abstract, there's all this open source software out here floating out in the world that if you were to try to put it together would take you, hundreds of thousands of man hours and people hours to do. But Red Hat comes in and wrangles it down into a package of Red Hat Enterprise Linux that works across hardwares and different types of cards, and they offer support packages for certain types of architectures and stuff, and that's what they add in, like what we would call like a value chain from just the open source world out here floating around. They don't own. If we go into like a Red Hat or a Red Hat Enterprise Linux box, they don't own that kernel. Kernel's Linus Torvalds kernel, right? Like but they have validated that kernel level will work with all of those packages within their package manager. That's where their value's added. All right. So anyways, let's get into this. Yeah, control byte. I'm back. I'm sitting here talking about stuff. We were showing Ranger a little bit, and I'm going to do a little bit of Linux systems administration. I just figured I'd just review everything today since we're in Unit 8 right now, but I had done them earlier. Yeah, wear my teeth. It's no problem. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm talking about. Some of the things are opinion, but some of those things I was actually there historically to tell you about them. And then the context of like what Red Hat actually provides to the industry, I just know that because I've been in the industry for a long time, right? There, but you could go get a distro of Red Hat Enterprise Linux and run it anywhere you want right now. You just wouldn't get any updates for it, right? You wouldn't get any support for it, and that's the value that they offer to a lot of organizations. They're the biggest, most put together support platform. So, okay. Anyways, we're in Linux Systems Administration. What do we talk about the first week? So when we were doing the first week, we were talking about this and some announcements. We don't really care about that. We reviewed the syllabus. If I pulled up the syllabus now for you guys, let me pull up the syllabus. This is what the course kind of looks like. Let me see if I can. Prologue syllabus. This is kind of what the course syllabus looks like over here. Where did it go? And for people that haven't been around, this is what the original syllabus looks like. Come in here. This is all up in the Discord, by the way. It's all free. I'm not charging anybody for any of this stuff. Enzo Bear, hey, how's it going? I saw you guys down there studying earlier, so that's good. But this one says that this course addresses how Linux systems work for administration level tasks inside a corporate environment. My goal is to give you more in the course than just somebody. I could just make labs all day, right? And we could just do a bunch of tasks, and we could know how to do a lot of stuff in Linux, and that's valuable. In fact, maybe the most valuable thing is knowing how to actually do stuff in Linux. But the Linux Systems Administration course is really designed to show you how it interacts with like the business, so that you hopefully can go get the job, or if you don't want a job but you want to do like some because not everybody wants to work for a company. Maybe you want to do some consulting and you want to offer some services. I actually got asked about that. I think I have that in my notebook here. Somebody asked if I were to start, like, because I used to run my own businesses when I was younger. I ran my own a company called Simple to Serious, and we built computers for people and did computer networking and stuff like that. And I learned a lot about how you should run a business and how contracting works and that kind of stuff. And I got asked some stuff about, I don't even remember who asked me, but I wrote it down to do it. Oh, was it you? And it was like, hey, if we were going to do a consulting service, what kind of things would we consider? And I am going to put something like that together for you guys. And just, yeah, like if I were going to offer this as a service, like if you were going to offer a service and you were going to do like Linux support for people, what would it look like? Or what would the contracts look like, and all those kind of things. And I could definitely offer my advice on that, because I know where I made the most money in business, and looking at businesses now, how that works too. We could definitely talk about all that. Okay, anyways. Wait, why is that? Okay, there we go. Hey, Secret, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. So over here, the contact hours were about 120 with 50 theory hours and 70 lab hours, so I really wanted you to get your hands on. That 120 hours maps out in the course of 16 weeks to about 8 hours a week of work. I expect this course to take some time, and I think the people who have been doing it would tell you, yeah, this takes a little bit of time. Here, I can zoom in a little bit for you guys. Right, this doesn't have to be so small for you. So anyways, we come down here. Here's the course summary. These are kind of the things I wanted you guys to understand, like the server build and hardware components that go into a system. Really, in that, we've been watching the systems boot, and we've been talking about like the power on self-tests of systems and that kind of stuff. I want you to know the command line. You got to know your command line. You got to know how to move around and check things and read man pages and that kind of stuff. So that's all huge. Basic scripting, I want you to know how to throw a script together. I want you to know the logic of a script. We actually are touching scripting, I think, this week, but I recorded it last week. I want you to know the Linux networking stack and how that works within your system, and how to check like TCP dumps, and how to see that ports are open on a machine. Ports are the only places your machine is actually vulnerable. If it has open ports, things can connect. If it doesn't have open ports, it's just sitting there not doing anything, right? So there's this balance which comes into the security practices. We talk about hardening boxes. This is actually, some of this stuff's still coming up. Like let's harden a server. Let's verify that it's hardened. Let's pull out the information around that server and be able to present it to another team or keep it for our own records. Let's know how we got there from like a baseline standpoint, because baselining and making sure that a server is exactly the same every time it comes out. You know, if I press the button now and build a server, or I press a button on the 1,000th and one, you know, the 1,001 times, does the exact same server come out? And if it doesn't, why not? Am I not controlling the repos correctly? Am I downloading new versions of things and all that stuff? And then automation and repeating of tasks builds into your knowledge of your scripting and your build of servers. So automation and repeating of tasks we're getting into as well. And then I want you to implement networking in Linux, not just understanding how it interacts, but how to actually lay it out and do it. And then troubleshooting and benchmarking and baseline. So this were my high level kind of things that I wanted you guys to know how to do. And then we've been kind of laying this into each part of the course. Let me move this out of the way. Hold on. All right. And then here's our course objectives. Like when we're done with this, I want you, I feel like I went a little generic on this, but yeah, I want you to understand the server build process, analyze system security, and implement basic hardening of a system. I want you to understand the command line syntax and move around the system. Like, have no part of this system that you're not at least somewhat familiar with. You might have to go reference stuff. Like, I claim no great knowledge of all the things Linux, but I know how to go look a lot of the stuff up, and that's important. I want you to be able to do variables, conditional tests, and record output to generate systems that can do, or scripts that can do basic system tasks for you, right? That's important. I want you to understand the Apache web server and actually a few different types of servers, but that's the one that I mentioned. I want you to be able to analyze and troubleshoot NFS and Samba file shares, and then analyze Docker and Kubernetes components. We're going to be building some stuff the next few, I think next week we actually start building Docker, and I'm going to show you guys how to have a Docker file and how to pull down and lay in the layers of your Docker file. And then when that's done, we can use that to deploy to Kubernetes, or like if you want to see me do it in Werewolf, we can build images in Werewolf. That's what I was actually doing when I was out at my training this last week. I was showing people how to maintain a Werewolf type cluster like I have in my home lab. You should be able to describe and troubleshoot network services, and then write and perform Ansible tasks to automate deployment to servers. I've been going real light. In fact, I haven't made you guys do any Ansible so far in the class, but I think for the last 8 weeks of the course, every week we'll have something to do with Ansible in it. And the reason is because I don't want to say I couldn't do my job without Ansible. I could definitely still do my job with bash scripts and stuff. That's the way that I had always done it. But Ansible makes my life way easier for a lot of stuff. So it makes backing things up. It makes all kinds of stuff better. All right. So come down on the syllabus. One other thing. Much like if you were taking a college course, you should have course objectives. If you're like taking a college course, they should have course objectives somewhere. And the thing about the course objectives is this. You can, when you're done with this 16-week course, put down, I completed the Professional Linux Users Group, course of whatever, right? You can put that down, Linux System Administration course, cool. Boom. Somebody's going to give you a thumbs up. Maybe it gets you in a job, or in a job offer, and then you got to go, it gets you to the interview. But right here, these are the things that I think when I take a class, instead of saying I'm in a Network 350 class and I passed it with an A, I could say I understand the server build process and hardware system components, and then now, 1, that looks a little better, 2, that gives somebody something to ask you about, and 3, you're prepared to answer questions about that because you actually know the things that are on here. I always caution people, this came up in the server the other day, should you lie to get a job? I'm like, well, what I know is if you put something on a resume, I'm going to ask you about it. If I see something interesting, like I saw a guy one time said he was dangerously good at Python, and I was like, oh, dangerously good, that's good. So I asked him something about it, and he didn't really know Python, and I'm like, well, that's embarrassing. So I would only say, put something on your resume that you can talk to. If you want to embellish the truth, that's fine, but I would make sure that you understand and can talk to anything that's on a resume ever. That's a good practice. So resources, obviously, Killer Code is free. You can run your own local ones, or you could use our Rocky instances. By the way, guys, I gotta miss this. Saitama Sir missed your streams for a week. Yeah, I have. I am Saitama, aren't I? I'm a guy who's just a hero for fun. But that is funny that Satayu got the reference there, right? I need to go check something real quick though. Speaking of this, I haven't checked the lab since I've been home. So let me pull up my XCPNG. Let's go check the home lab real quick here. Yeah. Welcome back. Thanks, Deke. I am just catching up. We're on island time, so the island is 3 hours different than us here in the Phoenix world. Let's go. Shamefully, I haven't even reconnected back to my home environment. Hold on. Let's go hook up to the home lab real quick, because I had some people asking about connections. So let's go. Here's my home lab. My local internal connection. Get connected. Oh, whoops, hold on. Oh, and my best friend's calling me. Hold on. Hey, Jared, you're calling me during stream. What's up?
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was hoping it was going to pick up you, so then I'm talking to you while on stream.
Right. I was just calling to see if you're going to be around today, because we're going to be in Phoenix, and I figured maybe I could come show you my truck.
Yeah, come on by, and we'll show your new truck off in the Discord too later. But it is picking up. It is picking up you talking, so that's kind of funny.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Come by. We're going to be here all day.
All right. We'll be there probably early afternoon, maybe around 12 or 1 or something.
All right. Sounds good, man. We'll talk. Bye. That's Jared. Some of you guys know Jared. Hey, Natasha Stevens over on YouTube. Thanks for the welcome back. Yeah, I made it back safely from the islands. Hold on, let me log in here. I'm using the wrong password. Let me use the right password here. Give me 1 second here. Let's get in here. All right, screen -ls. I don't care. Like I've told you guys, I'm not prescriptive about this. I don't care if you use screen or tmux, but I tend to use screen. And then here's my streaming one. So screen -R to reconnect to 73684. And then now I'm back in the screen session that we've been using in this environment for the last, oh shoot, I've probably been in here for the last few months, right? So here's the werewolf environment. Close this up. And then we're going to come over here. Let's reconnect all these. Connect. They should all be reconnecting. That was a miracle call. Yeah, so my buddy Jared did just buy. So you guys, some of you guys have heard Jared come and talk to the group. He's a data analytics guy. His license plate is actually web data. That's actually his. It's web data, all one word. That's his license plate out here in Arizona. But he just bought a new truck. Because it's funny, he had bought one a couple years ago. And I think he had like a Chevy 1500 or something, and he wanted a bigger one. So I saw pictures of it when we were flying, because me and the wife were flying yesterday back from Hawaii. So I saw pictures of his new truck, but obviously I haven't seen it. And then even though he's a good friend of mine, my best friend, and we've grown up together since 7th grade, we've known each other since 7th grade, he lives out in the city of Maricopa, which, if anybody knows how Phoenix and Maricopa are, it's about an hour drive between us. So I don't get to see him nearly as much anymore. So here's my new F-350. Check out the Benelli. Yeah. His is pretty big. I just drive a little Chevy Colorado because I've owned. This is gonna be kind of funny. I've owned and worked on and upgraded like 6 or 7 S10s in my life. I've owned quite a few S10s. So if you guys are familiar, they're kind of like a smaller Chevy truck. But I also tell you guys, if you tell me you're sad and you tell me you don't have any friends that call you on the weekends, I will just tell you buy a truck, because I've owned a truck since I was, there's been a few gaps in here, but I've owned a truck since I was like 17 years old, and I've always had people that want to call me. Now, they're going to call you to help move, but you're going to have people call you your entire life on the weekend, so it's a trade-off, right? You want friends, but you're also going to have a sore back, so... Anyways, that's something funny. Anyways, so yeah, my buddy Jared, he got a new truck, so he's going to come over. You guys that have been here long enough, you've heard him come talk to you guys a few times. And he does data analytics stuff for a web company. A pretty big web page, in fact. All right, some of the labs are down. Wait, no, those are lab boxes. Let's go check Rocky Box. All right, so how do we check our servers in the environment here? We do Control-R Ansible, and we just go look at uptime. Let's just see if any of the nodes can't be reached, because it's possible. I mean, I've been gone a week. I don't expect them all to have survived. Let's check their uptime, see if any nodes don't respond. 12's down hard. 14's down hard. Oh yeah, somebody was having a hard time getting into 14. So let's go check 12. What's 12 sitting on? 12 sitting on, okay, out of memory. So somebody was doing memory stuff to it, so let's kill that. We'll just reboot him. That's perfectly safe. And we'll do the same thing to Rocky 14. We'll just reboot him. Now, while the nodes reboot, we can watch them at the console, but over here on Werewolf, tail-f var log werewolf, we can watch So there's two major things happening in a werewolf cluster. All the nodes are checking in every 5 minutes with their WW client. So their WW client is making them pull their runtime images to see if there's, or their not runtime images, runtime overlays, to see if there's anything new. So Rocky 1 and Rocky 18 just checked in. Now Rocky 3 and 11 are checking in. But what we want in here, the other thing that we want, is we're going to see all the DHCP traffic come up for these two nodes. So 19's going, 15, 17, 10, 9. We want Rocky 12, so that's 13. So these are going to be done checking in. 8's done checking in. 16 and 2. Now here's Rocky 12 checking in for, he's going to grab his most recent file. So I'm going to show you guys a trick here. You can do tail-f grep-v I for runtime. I don't want to see anything runtime. Now we're only going to see 12 and 14 booting right here. So let's go right here and here. Boom, boom, boom. Booting. He's pulling his kernel image. We can see that happening. Here's 14 and 12. And we could verify their MAC address if we want, because their MAC address isn't going to change. We could verify their kernel image version that they're pulling. And they're pulling the Linux 9 lab, my Rocky Linux 9 lab that I built for this environment. How's it going, Augustus? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are not working too hard. We're never working too hard around here, but we are doing a little bit of, I'm cleaning up the environment. Somebody was having a trouble getting into Rocky 14, and they were asking me if there was a problem with it. And yeah, Rocky 14 and 12 were both down hard in the environment. So we're going to bring them back up, make sure that they boot correctly. And then once they boot back up and are healthy, then we'll go ahead and verify that. We probably will kick over all the nodes in the cluster. That would be a good thing to do after a week. Make sure nobody's on them and just reboot them. This is the overlay starting right here on the left. Overlays are they're a personalization layer that comes up on top of the base werewolf boot up. So you have the container image that comes in. You can override the kernel if you want. We don't do that. And then you get a what we call a system runtime, which is like a single shot at the beginning. And then we get our system overlay. Gosh. And that's a single shot at the beginning. And then you've got your runtime overlays, and those are run every 5 minutes as the werewolf comes up. Sudak, I think that is, or Sudak. How have I been doing? I've been good. I just got back from a week training people and hanging out in Hawaii with the wife. So she came out. And Buenos Aires, Argentina. Nice, nice. I need to get down there to Argentina one of these years. I've been meaning to go down to the southern Americas, but I haven't made it down there yet. So yeah, we had fun in Hawaii. Hawaii was good. Me and the wife stayed. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen how the islands look. When we get this up, I'll show you guys where we were staying out there. These should be booting. Yep, 12's up. 12's at a login prompt. 14 is in a login prompt. Perfect. So I control C over here, and then we're going to rerun our uptime to make sure all of our nodes are up. And then we might just kind of kick everything over because, yeah, some of the nodes have been up 7 days. Well, they're probably fine. We'll leave them up. But now we would see 14 and 12 as having just come up. So 12 just came up, and 14 just came up. Now, I've told you guys with Ansible, one of the things about Ansible is it launches things in order, but it reports out as things come back. It's almost like it's an open connection held open in a what you would call like a connection-oriented fashion, and then it just reports back. So Rocky 3 won the race of getting its info back. Rocky 1, 5. So they did go in order from Rocky 1 down to Rocky 19, but this was the order that it reported back in. So that's kind of cool. If you got a node that's kind of habitually slow, you would always see it near the end, and you could kind of start to think about looking into that if you wanted to. All right, I think then for the home lab part of it, let me go respond to that in Discord because I remember. Where's that? Maybe it was here. I said I was going to go look at it. I don't remember where that is. I don't think it was here. But, by the way, for people who are newer or want to go hang out, we do have a Discord. You can always hang out in Discord. I'll link that to you guys, and I'll post it over on the YouTube side as well. You guys can always hang out down there. Discord's always free. If you go to the Prolog Projects section of our Discord, that is where everything for the course is. You got to go back a bit because we're in week 8 of the course, but everything is in here for units 1 through 8, which is where we're at now. And then there's discussion posts. You got to go get involved with the discussions. You got to do some self-assessment stuff, like where you think your skills are at and that kind of stuff. But there's a good amount of information here for you to, I don't know, start getting started in Linux systems administration if that's what you guys want to do. All right, coming back here, this is how you connect. Streamer at prolog.asuscom.com, port 22. It brings you into a jail, and then you get connected into our Rocky environment. And you can go figure out how to do that if you guys are interested in that, right? Class size, I expected 40 to 60 people. We had 208 people signed up before that weird glitch happened in Discord that deleted the whole thing. It deleted it and recreated it at the same time, so it's like it just wiped the instance or something. I don't know what was happening with that, but anyway, so people, make sure if you're interested in the course and want the alerts on Saturdays when we do the actual meetings that you see them. Here's a schedule. Here's what we've been doing. We wanted to get everybody access, show you guys how Linux worked, talk about VI, Vim, Nano, Basic. Nano was a joke. We were just doing VI, Vim. Looking at files and redirections. Then we did some storage. We did operate running systems. And then we've been doing security, and we got into scripting. So these 8 things, these are the technical things over here that we're doing, but they're not really, like for people that have been in the course, these are not really everything we've been talking about, because this is the like rubber meets the road hands-on stuff that I make you do in the labs, but we've also been talking about how Linux interacts with the business. So there's a lot more kind of stuff popping up through all of this. So anyways, that's our syllabus over here. Let's go keep going down through here. So for the first week, I talked about stuff, and is that really all I had for the first week? All right, well, and then I guess we went over each of the pieces. So I guess I can show you guys that a little bit for week 1. Let me pull that up here real quick. So for week 1, if you were doing this course, you would come up here to week 1, and I had 2 discussion questions for you, and the discussion question looked like this: using a 0 to 1 or 0 to 10 system. I should have made that. That's fine. 0 to 10. That's an 11 number system, so it doesn't go. Anyways, that's not a great system for asking people things if you want to quantify it later. But I say rate yourself on how well you know each of these topics below. And then I say, what do you hope to learn in the course, and what type of career path are you shooting for? So then you can come here and you can go, okay, how well do I know each of these things? And then I can get a number out of it. And then we made a little discussion thread over here, and people answered how well they thought they knew each of those things. And I told them they didn't have to put that out. They didn't have to post their own rating. But a lot of people gave their scores, and you can come in here and read about what different people were thinking, and then you can give comments and that kind of stuff. That's the point of the discussions. Now, granted, it's been a while since that's been like a live thread, but you could go in there and post if you wanted to, if you were trying to catch up. Discussion post 2 then, or discussion post 2 for unit 1 was post a job that you're interested in. So people started going out and finding jobs that they were looking for. And I said, what do you know how to do? What don't you know how to do? And what are you going to do to close the gap? Those are the 3 things, or I can go like this. Those are the 3 things that you need to know about any job you want to do, any career. You want to get in a career path? What do you know about it? What don't you know from somebody asking about it? And now you got to figure out how you're going to get in between there. Now, if the job you want is to be like a molecular biologist, and what you do know how to do is buy a microscope, and what you don't know how to do is all the rest, then your job closing the gap might be possibly going to college, might be getting involved with some microbiology groups and going to some conferences. There are different ways to go about it, but most of that would probably look like going to college. Same thing with engineering. However, you can get into this stuff by figuring out what the gaps are and what you want to do. You can go from Linux systems administration to Linux systems engineering. You can make that jump without a college degree. And you can get into Linux systems administration without a college degree. That's 100% for sure. That I would call that the theme of our server. The theme of our server is you can do this without a degree. Does a degree help? Maybe. I mean, I can speak to the degree side of things if people want, but if you're not going to go spend the time to get the degree, there are other avenues to get there, but we need to make a plan, right? So that's this part of the group. Okay. And then you can download all your stuff for the week. There's a Lab Essentials doc, there's the syllabus, and then there's the worksheet. And if you don't want to get the worksheet in docx format, you don't want to run LibreOffice or something like that, here it is in the text format. So you could use the text format if you wanted. All right, so that's what the course kind of looks like. Well, let's go do some hands-on stuff, right? There's just talking about the course and reviewing, but there's also just touching Linux, right? Like, you got to get your hands on Linux. You got to know how to do the basic things. So starting off in this first lab that I linked earlier, some of you may be in there. You're in a new system. You're a new system administrator at a company. You've been tasked with finding out information about a set of servers that has little or no documentation on it. You guys might think I'm joking around about that, but that is probably the most common thing that like a new Linux person of any point, of any type, but Linux engineer, Linux administrator finds out. They come to a company and they're like, all right, we got this Linux person, point them at all the servers, and you're like, what are all the servers? And they're like, we don't know what all the servers are. You're the Linux person. You can do anything. And you're like, okay. So a lot of times we got to figure out what's going on with these systems. So you guys might maybe there's even some people who are more advanced and have been doing this for a while. I think most of them that have been doing this for a while realize what I'm about to say is true, but there's never a time where you progress past these commands. I've been doing this over 20 years. These are still the commands. I did these this weekend. I was looking at a set of servers while I was training. I found this set of servers that I had not included in the training, and I was like, what's going on with these guys? I knew how they fit into the system, but I had not been on them, and I did these exact same commands we're about to do. So there's no time where you're like, well, I know everything about Linux, so I don't have to do those commands anymore. No, the commands I'm showing you here are like your hammer and your, if you're a roofer, it's like your nail gun or your staple gun, whatever you're using to set the shingles down. And then it's like your chalk line, like the things that we do. You never stop using them. They're your basic tools. Like, there's no time when a carpenter's like, I don't need a hammer anymore. I just go like this and they all just fly in. He's not Magneto, right? But you find yourself at a command prompt. That's where most of us find ourselves, at a black background with green or white letters. And then we need to find out, what is the release and version of system? Nobody knew. What's the kernel version? These two questions, easily answered, but you have to know how to do them. They are the most important thing if you're going to open a support ticket. So you're a new Linux systems administrator. You have support through Red Hat or Oracle or whoever your vendor is that provides you, maybe even IBM, which would probably be Red Hat first. But you need to find out what type of the server you have to put in the trouble ticket. If you go put in a IBM service ticket, the first thing they're going to ask you, what version of the system are you on, and the hardware serial number, that kind of stuff, right? Oracle equals Java, sure. Yeah. They definitely own it. How long has the system been up, and how was its kernel called? Has Grub booted it, and what does that even mean? And then I have the solution down here for you guys to follow. So all of my labs, if you're new to this process, all of my labs, you can just hit the button and it'll show you, or you can type it in. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of typing to say cat etc splat release, and understanding then what are we looking at here. We're in a distribution of Ubuntu. That's going to describe all kinds of ways that I might go in looking at this from then on. It's Ubuntu, so now I know that I need to go, if I go look at Stack Overflow, or I ask Google, or even if I ask one of these chat programs that are out there, the LLMs that are running for being kind of like a junior administrator, I would ask them, okay, I've got a version of Ubuntu 2004. Can you find me some troubleshooting on this? What's the difference between Etsy Splat release and LSB release all? I don't know. Let's do LSB underscore release all. What I would tell you the difference is, the reason I picked this one up early on in my career and I still use it is because, and I'll show you guys here, because that's a good question. I don't know if LSB release, this is obviously like a command. I don't know if this... Ubuntu. How's it going, Tani? It's been a while. I don't know if you've been following much, but I've been gone for a week. I was out in Hawaii training people in high-performance compute stuff, mostly around a big delivery of a high-performance compute system that we built for one of our customers. We were the sub under Dell. Dell actually did so a lot of times when there's bids on projects, there will be a primary and a sub. And my company, Redline, we always try to get the primary as well. But sometimes we also, it's almost like you're hedging your bets. We're also the sub contractor to it. So in this case, Dell won it and we were the sub. So we built the whole system and laid everything out. But Dell was the one providing the hardware and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I literally just got back yesterday afternoon here to Phoenix from being in Hawaii all week. So that was kind of fun. We got pictures up in the Discord and stuff. But to answer this question, let's do this. Which LSB release? So user bin LSB release. Let's go look over here. Does that exist? Yeah, it doesn't exist in a Rocky box. So what I would tell you is the reason I had picked up this is because if we do an ls-l on what we're actually looking at in Etsy Splat release, there are a lot of things that can be there. There can be an Etsy OS release, an Etsy CentOS release, an Etsy Rel release. There's a lot of different files that can pop up here. And the reason I use this one is because it's almost like it's just a blanket that almost always works on most versions of Linux. The LSB release is a command, which is only going to be apparently on some things. I don't have this on my Werewolf Rocky 9.4 box. Out of the box. Yeah, we're in Rocky 9.4. So anyways, that's the thing is like, but again, I try to tell you guys, I'm not trying to be prescriptive here. I'm not telling you to do things a certain way. I'm just showing you guys a way that will mostly work. And I originally picked this up. I was working, man, when I worked at Lockheed Martin, I would hit so many different environments. I was in Solaris, back when Solaris was still kicking pretty heavily in the industry. I was in HPUX, AIX, and a lot of early Red Hat. And I was in Red Hat. I was in Oracle Linux, which is just a offshoot of Red Hat that had a lot more drivers for like HCA cards and stuff like that. And HBA systems and that kind of stuff. I don't know what GM-F is. What's that? I'm not sure what GM-F is, but that is apparently part of Graphics Magic. I don't have any of that stuff on here, so. And also, I'm root here. The labs they do have a weird thing they do. I am the root user, even though the PS1 variable, I don't know why they picked it like this, but the PS1 variable is set to look like we're not the root user, but we are the root user. I get that sometimes confuses people, or at least sometimes makes you guys think, oh, we're not root. But no, we are root in the environment over here. So, yeah, they can claw back more money if it fails. Yeah. Tawny, that's a big part. Like, yeah, the prime can be like a big company. Yeah. And you know what, though? I honestly think my organization does well doing subs. We've won some primaries. We've been the prime on some contracts for sure. But most of the time, yeah, we're just sub to different. I know like General Dynamics, Dell, IBM. But some of you guys if you guys know what TICA is, it's the Truth in Contracting Act. It's TICA. Yeah, it's a Truth in Contracting Act. And the thing about the Truth in Contracting Act is there are a few other things that happen as well, but you have this 80-20 split of contract money coming from the U.S. government. And what that kind of means when you say 80/20, is it going to do it? is that, like, if you're Dell or you're Lockheed Martin or you're General Dynamics or something, and you're like this big shark that's just going around and eating up everything that falls into the ocean, you're eating up all the big projects for like $500 million. They have to allow the lampreys to kind of live in their gills and eat off of the extra, if that kind of makes sense. I know that sounds weird, but sharks have all these other animals that kind of live off of them, and that's kind of what that 20 is. So big contractors in the U.S., big government contractors, have to have a way to allow some of it to flow on through to smaller contractors, if you guys didn't know that. So that's something to think about. So, okay. So we're over here. We're looking at this stuff. What else were we doing? Yeah. So we've done all that stuff. Uname-R will show us the kernel version, and Uname has a bunch of different things. If you do Uname by itself, it won't really tell you much. I knew I was on Linux. Uname-M will show you just the architecture type. That becomes important when you're going to look stuff up. Am I on an x86 64 cluster, or am I on an ARM 64 cluster? And what are some of the implications of that inside of a system, right? So we can think about that. If what I was saying, I go far afield because my brain kind of wanders. But yeah, like the bigger contractors do have to allow some of that money to flow through to lower contractors, and there's actually legal requirements there. So even if the company doesn't add them value, they could fire them and find another company. But the point is, they have to keep paying that money out in some way, and they have to build that into their contracts. It comes from a thing called the Truth in Contracting Act. All right, we can check the uptime. This server's been up for... So it's interesting. When I see servers at 11 hours in this environment, when I leave this, if I leave this shell right here, this server gets wiped. This, to me, means that people haven't been using this service as much. They haven't been using this, because a lot of times when this is really busy, you'll see these down in like the 30-minute range because servers are being churned through more. But it's a Sunday morning for me, probably Sunday afternoon for some of you, and people are probably not studying a whole lot of Linux and Killer Coda, so some of their servers have been up way longer. That's longer than I think I've ever seen a server up. So then another one, this one's one of my favorite ones. I've told you guys this a lot when I'm working in the systems world. The reason I like this, right? Let me clear the screen and show you guys over here in my home lab. What if I did a uname or this cat proc CMD line here, and I'm going to hit 19 servers right now, guys. 19 servers, and they're all going to tell me how they were built. Now they're going to be a little bit different because they're in a werewolf cluster, but they're all going to come back with how they were built. And aside from the difference in the image that they pulled, I would be able to very quickly look over these and go, okay, they were all built off of the same WW init, which is werewolf. They all came off the same thing, so they're part of the same cluster. I would be able to tell very quickly that they all booted the same version of the image. If I were looking for, where's the, I don't see it here. That's mostly just their storage info. This is less useful a command in a cluster like this. It's more useful over here when I build things, because typically when I build things within a system and they're all physical boxes, you don't get a lot of this noise. But I can definitely verify if they all grab the same container, right? I can go verify that that's the same across all the systems if I needed to, for the UUID of the container, if that's exactly the same between these different systems. And it may be or it may not be, right? But I can go validate that. Now, why is that one 19? It's also interesting to me that some of these seem to be... Yeah, so they do have different UUIDs for each of their system containers. Well, I guess that makes sense because they're all built separate. But the point is, I can come in here and I can look and I can see information about how a system was built. Where are my teeth? One probably with that is government has the right to tell you which contractor to work with. When I was working in an aerospace company out of CA, we dealt with that. NASA would require us to work with JPL, aka government agency. So there's some catch-22 issue. Yeah, and you have to take all that kind of in stride as if you're going to be part of a government system. Big ones in recent years. I remember many years ago when I was running my business, when I wanted to do any kind of government contracts, I had to make sure that I had a plan in place for how I was going to do. This was before it was called DEI, but just how we had a plan to make sure that we had. There was a term for it before it was called DEI. I don't remember what it was, but it was like how are you going to ensure that you have different demographics equally represented in your organization? And if you don't have a plan for that, it doesn't matter if you're actually doing it to the government. I mean, this is the sad thing about the government. You just have to have a plan. That's the requirement. And then you can get it on contract. So if you're trying to get into government work, a lot of times you're going to find yourself just checking boxes. And that's 100% a real thing. Whether or not an organization is actually doing it is a totally different question. But you do have to have a plan for how you will do it, and you'll find that all over the place. And if you ever go look at like NIST, National Institute for Standards and Technologies, they have contract work all over the place. You can just start up a business and go get what are they called? Like grants from them and stuff. And then you have to meet certain thresholds to be able to keep them up and that kind of stuff. But that's one of probably the easiest things in the world to start if you were doing that. However, when I say easy, I mean you still have to go and jump through a bunch of hoops. So maybe it's not so easy, but it is money that's out there for people to do this system stuff. Anyways, all right. So let's come down here and let's dig a little deeper, and we're gonna go do each command and think about what output you're looking at. So I'm gonna look at like a VM stat on this system. Let me pull this over here. Do a VM stat and just, what are we seeing? What is the system trying to show us here? Like, there's a bunch of information. I see that for every 1 second for 5 iterations, it came out here. And if I wanted to verify that, I could just press up here and change that to like 15. And I could figure out the behavior. Like, what's the behavior of how VM stat works within a system? Right here. Now, the pressing question for most people then is, what the hell do all those numbers mean? Like, what does the number mean here, and how does it apply to the overarching thing? Where's Big G gets his own way of private corpse way so much? Yeah, where are my teeth? There's just a lot of rules involved. And then HS said sick of DEI. It shows I'm not equal. Yeah. So my thing, like, and I tell people this all the time, as an engineer, for me, my main goal is always just to be the best version of an engineer that a company would need, and then they can either take it or leave it, as far as that goes. So I also want people to be hired based on their merit, but that's probably because of my background in like the infantry and stuff like that, where I don't care who you are as long as you can carry your part of the weight, which is its own thing, because people have their own discussions about that kind of stuff. MP set. I wanted to show you guys this. Let's say you're trying to figure this out and you're struggling. You're like, what the heck are all these letters and numbers, and what does all that mean? Well, this is where we go to the man pages. So we read a man page of VMstat. And we go, okay, VMstat gives us some options. There's always options up here. But then we get down here and we look at what's actually coming out. So R is the number of runnable processes running or waiting for runtime. And B is the number of processes in an uninterruptible sleep. So, what does that mean? We have, let me just give you a little bit, nproc. That's the number of processors on the system. If I do a VMstat 1.1 real quick, and if the runnable and uninterruptible sleep, if either of these have a number greater than 1, that means we have processes that are waiting for processors. That's what that means. So, well, I'm not in the man page anymore. But this right here, I actually have it here. Where's my R VM stat right here? Yeah, R is the number of processes running on CPU. Greater value than the CPU count is what we call saturation. LG0721, a question. Are we supposed to remember what do they mean without checking a man page? I mean, I've known a few people that have memories that can operate like that. I know all the things that are very common and relative to what I use all the time, but everything else I reference. So LG, I would just tell you, like, if you check VM stat every day in your system, you should know it. If you don't check VM stat every day, you're doing other things and you just happen to go over there every now and then when some other engineer asks you, hey, can you check out this server while I start this Java process or something like that. That's probably been the thing that I run into the most over my career. So I would want you guys to think of it like I just know the things that I work with a lot. Everything else I know how to reference. I haven't used VM stat professionally, and I don't think I've had to call that command actually for real in the last 5 years, but sometimes I do. And then, but no, I remember what they mean just because I sometimes need to keep track of things. One of the big ones for me, like if I was looking at this, and I've done a lot of database work over the years, I would want to make sure for a database, databases are just, they glob up all the memory of a box. A database can be hardly doing anything on the processing side of things, but it swallows up, it's almost like if I went to the beach and I had a bunch of toys and stuff for the kids, and the first kid that gets to the toy box just puts the toys all over the beach. So now there's like a 12 by 12 area of all the toys that were in this little thing out on the beach. And I'm like, well, nobody can walk by here now, and you guys have to databases are they glob up all the memory. That's what they do. They just they glob it, and they touch it all, right? They've got it like all like in their hands like this. So if I'm out of memory, that's the thing that I'm looking for on database servers. Other types of servers don't do that. And sometimes you'll see processors saturated, but memory's heavily free, right? It just really depends. Colorman said, hi Tanis, I'm currently on a log and network metrics diagnostic system. Inserts an agent into a Linux machine and gathers the metrics in a remote server and views it on a React interface. I wonder what are the analysis that make more sense to have on the dashboard. What is this is intended for people who diagnose Linux machines and solve problems. Well, Colorman, I guess you always got to ask this. Hold on. You always got to ask these things when building a dashboard. Give me a second here. What I'm about to show you is up on the Discord. So this is up on the Discord. This is for Prometheus, but I'm not trying to show you the Prometheus part of it. What I'm trying to show you here is down in, there's plenty of other stuff. This is a question I always ask because when I build dashboards, I tend to be building dashboards for one of a few different people. One is all my Linux administrators, right? Kind of like you're talking about, or my Linux team. Another one might be like a network operations team, a NOC. Or a SOC, security operations team, and they're the ones that want to look at it. They're the ones that are monitoring for uptime and system and just all these things, right? So I think so. So to me, this is what I think about when I'm showing people like what we call a heads-up display or a dashboard of some type. Is I think about what are the service level indicators of this service. Is the most important thing in my environment that the Linux boxes are on. A lot of times that's it. The boxes have to be on. So service level indicators for them are up. And a lot of this is tuned towards Prometheus, but the concept of service level indicator, service level agreements, and service level objectives are universal, right? So what are the service level objectives? What are the agreements? Like what threshold when requests start taking longer to an API and the time back or the timeout or how many 200 versus 404 requests they're getting back. There are agreements, but before the agreement's ever breached, before that line is ever crossed of like time, there's objectives, and my objectives should always be less. It says right here, I want my service level objective maybe to be like 50% of that, maybe like 60 or 70% of whatever the agreement is. So now I know that something is triggering before it hits there. Yeah, there's a lot to monitoring systems, that's for sure. But hold on, so I was going to show you. There's a whole bunch of books that are free out there that'll hopefully give you even better info than I can give you. Real quick, hold on, let me pull this up. Let's make this over here. I would start here, Colorman. This is where I would start. SRE.Google Books. And these are free, 100% free. But they deal with, as you go to read about them, they deal with how you build monitoring. Because site reliability engineering is all about checking that systems are up, right? It's all about reliability and making sure that we have uptime, which, by the way, is the goal of all operations teams. So whether or not somebody calls themselves an SRE or they call themselves a Linux administrator, all of these things, I feel like all these things are kind of like subclasses to just being a systems administrator anyways, right? But this is where I would go spend some time right here, Colorman. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of a good place to start. I also have some stuff on building out monitoring tools in my environment, like some stuff like how I look at monitoring. Let's see if I have any other good ones here. When you build this is all Prometheus stuff. This is also up in the Discord for anybody that wants it, but hold on. Dashboard. Do I have dashboards on here? I thought I had a dashboard. Yeah. So dashboarding, right? This is the basics of building a dashboard right here. Again, tuned towards Prometheus, but your system, while it has a different ingress, storage, and presentation layer, doesn't change in the fact that you want to get people to the right answer at the same speed, right? So I tend to have no more than 5 graphs on a console. You will just crush people's ability to look at stuff unless those graphs are very high level aggregations, right? And then you can just show, and then they can just see that a threshold isn't being crossed. Tend to have no more than 5 plot lines on each graph. You can get away with more if it's a stacked area graph. If really we're just watching them race for like some threshold and we don't want them to ever cross that threshold, that's what I call like a heads up display. All we're really doing in a heads up display is making sure some threshold line isn't crossed, right? Yeah, don't have more than 20, 30 entries in the right-hand side of a table, so don't have tables really long. If you find yourself exceeding or violating these, you should think about breaking down. And then when we look at dashboards, I always want the dashboard tuned to who's looking at it, right? You guys have seen some of my dashboards. My dashboards are things that I want to see in my environment and just real quick make sure that everything's kind of healthy. Are they for different use cases? Yeah, different teams want to see different things. I'm a Linux systems administrator for the purposes of like operations in a company. I want to make sure that my servers are up, and I want to make sure that there's no usage saturated on any of my boxes. So there's not 100% of CPU, 100% of disk usage, 100% of anything in what we call the big 4. The big 4 are CPU, memory, network, and disk. Those are the big 4 things that we never want to... I got them right here. Yeah. CPU, memory, disk, and network. These are the things that utilization is their 0 to 100%. Saturation is when they hit 100% and start to queue out. And queuing means things are waiting. And then errors start to happen as timeouts are hit because services can't be run or a process can't run within the time it expects to. That's what all these things are. And everything I'm showing here, guys, is up in the Discord. So I haven't shown the Discord in a little bit, but there's a Discord we have. It's free. How many people we have? I think we're over 3,000 right now. Yeah, we're at 31. Actually, we're over 3,100. This just hasn't refreshed. This thing doesn't refresh in real time. We've got an event every Saturday. We're up to. We're going to be in week 9 of our 16-week Linux Systems Administration course. That's a completely free course for you guys to go play around in, and hopefully learn Linux if you don't already know it. And if you do know Linux as a hobbyist and you want to get into it professionally, that's what this course is designed to do. So, all right, that's in the Discord. That's all free. All right, let me pull up. Where were we at? Yep. Yeah. So get into those SRE books because those are free, and hopefully that'll give you some stuff. Cannot use tools that are intended for microservices. The service metrics comes from. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Colorman, the method by which we get to the data for me is less important than, yeah, that we're presenting the right data. So look at all that stuff. Hopefully it helps you out and gives you some good ideas for how to present the data. I didn't dig real far into that, but in those books, oops, wrong one. That's my company. In the SRE Google books, I think design trade-offs, least privilege. They got great stuff in here. Do they have some of the monitoring here? Resilience, recovery, writing code, testing code. This one's not. That's got a lot of good stuff in this book. But no, let's go back and look at one of these other ones. One of these definitely has more of the monitoring stuff in it. Yeah, they have the alerting on service level objectives. They've got on-call practices. This is all good. Do they have monitoring? I don't know if any of these really deal with building your monitoring out. Here's monitoring right here. Yeah. So they have a lot of the information that would hopefully help you right here. Sources of monitoring data, how you're getting it in, and then thinking about how you want to look at logs or metrics, because logs and metrics are both important for their own reasons, right? And how you can do them. Treat your configuration as code. Yeah. So they're talking some of the more back end stuff, but there's still good information here. Also, another real good one, I pull this guy up often, is Brendan. Is it Brendan? Yeah, Brendan Gregg. His stuff is excellent. He's got some really good stuff about what you want to look at in a Linux system. So I'll just link this back to you guys here. Heard that container monitoring would be a bit different from the actual server, and I don't know how to do that. Yeah, so LG, it depends. I mean, if you're doing, if your container is being run in an enterprise through like Kubernetes, we've got a lot of ways to kind of track Kubernetes performance. At the end of the day, the Linux system itself is the base unit of actual processing, so everything's coming through the Linux kernel anyways, so tracking that is huge. But yeah, you can monitor individual components of that. People use tools like FluentD. All the metric beats and Telegraph can do it, and then you're just feeding the data out, based on each container if you care about that. There's a lot there. Yeah, so lots of stuff. I have whole talks and things that we've done on those different topics for you guys, for people that are kind of interested in doing that. So if we come back over here, one of the main things I was kind of doing today was I was hitting all of these old. We already kind of looked through Linux Systems Administration Unit 1. Now we're in 2. I've told you guys before, I don't care if you guys know who I am. I'm a real person. You can look me up. Linux Systems Administration 2. We did this one on the 21st of September, so wow, that's a ways back. We had all our talk, and then we talked about the discussions. You got to do a discussion post for each week, and then you have to respond to somebody. And then there's a worksheet and a lab that goes with each of these. And then that was the week before, and then this was the week that we were doing it. And then the topics for this discussion were note-taking. If you were sitting here and you were trying to learn something from somebody, right? Like this was you trying to learn. Let's say you just hopped in this channel and you knew nothing of Linux, but you said, yeah, Linux is the life for me. I want to be good at this stuff. Maybe we come over here. Oh, where's logsec at? Where's that popping up at? It should be popping up somewhere in my environment here. And you've just, you've stumbled on this and you're like, all right, I want to learn something. If we want to learn something from somebody, one of the things we should do is, I'm going to drop this into, this is too bright. Let's go to settings and make them dark. Okay. So one of the things we might do is have a notepad open while we're listening to somebody. Anything that's worth remembering is worth writing down. I remember learning that in one of my master's programs. And we're up to November 3rd, but looks like last time I've had this opened was a while ago. This was, I think we were doing some lab stuff here, and I was talking through, and we were going through like Linux systems. What were we doing? We were doing the Socratic method to learn Linux, right? Well, anyway, so up here, let's say, oops, unlinked. I don't know. I don't know what that's doing. All right. So then I say over here, like maybe this guy was talking about SLO, SLA, and SLI, and I don't know what those are. So then I start coming here and I go, okay, well, I need to remember those for later. Those are terms that I had never heard before. And then he mentioned like resource saturation. I don't know what that is either. I need to look that up. And maybe I mentioned a WAF, and you're like, I don't know what a WAF is. But he mentioned, he was talking about firewalls or whatever. Now you can go look that stuff up later, or you can ask the questions in the Discord, or you can do whatever. But the thing about writing something down and then going back and finding it later is you can keep track of whatever somebody's still talking about, but you could just be kind of grabbing whatever you need kind of as you go. Cuttalingus, yeah, thank you for a new course. Got a role as systems operation engineer. Start tomorrow. Nice, Cuttalingus, that's awesome. That's really good. I tell guys all the time, and I'm going to tell you right now, like the only thing I ever ask is just help everybody else out. Like give back in a way where when you become the expert and you're looking down on all the people that are struggling, you help them out. Because I often say with the senior people in our Linux group, like we all know, and some of us have forgotten how hard it was coming up. And our goal, and my goal, is to pave the way and make it a little straightforward. Cuttalingus, there's nothing they can do that's worse than what I would do to you. Like obviously I'm already, like I always joke around about yelling at my college students and treating them like they're not people. No, I'm kind of mean like that. But there's nothing that somebody's going to do there. They're going to start you out. You're going to get involved in your environment. You're going to take good notes. You're going to learn the systems as they come in. You're going to, this would be my thing. Every time I come into an organization, this is one of the things I do. Yeah, you're going to get on hands-on enterprise Linux. This is the main thing I would do. Take copious notes. And what I mean by that is anything that you run into that you don't know, like I'm showing here, take a note of it. Like I don't know what an SLO and an SLA, and they were talking about it in the meeting, got that, boom. But this is the other way. I'm going to tell you right now, if you do this, you will look like a rock star out of the gate, because I'm a like senior principal, and I do this every time, and people are like, damn, man, this is the stupidest simple thing that I do. Every single thing that I run into when I first come on because I come on projects a couple times a year, like new stuff with my company, or they're sending me over stuff. I have the stuff that I'm always running, but they're always bringing me on projects to solve problems. And this is one of the reasons that people think I'm a rock star, and I think it's ridiculous, but I think it's ridiculously simple. This will help you greatly as you come on. Do this. Whenever you run into something that you have to figure out, or you have to go ask somebody about, like, hey, I went through all the documentation, but I couldn't find this set of servers, what they do or whatever, and they tell you, oh, well, no, that's here, and then some senior engineer or some other person that's been around shows you how to do it. Document it. Fix the documentation. Once you get hands-on and you can start like changing whatever your wiki is, start updating stuff. Because what will happen is, then the person that comes after you, this happens to me every time. They're like, oh, Scott just went through that. Can you show them all the things? And I'm like, yep, I got a thing here. If there's not like an onboarding procedure, build it as you go. So if you come on and they don't have a good onboarding procedure, they're just like, look, here's how you get into the system and here's some of the stuff to read, but they don't really direct you. Start going through everything, and I do this every time. I have a thing. What did I have to read? What did I have to log into? What did I have to get access to? Who did I have to talk to? And I build these little things, and they're the stupidest, simple little things ever. And then the next person that comes through, I go, oh, yeah, I have that, and I give it to them. And you know, I show it, you know, they'll be like, hey, Scott, you just went through it. Can you show them what that's like? And then you look like a rock star, because they're like, man, this person's got it all together. And all you did was take notes of what you were doing. It's like the dumbest thing ever, but it's it's such an abstract thing to just keep track of everything you're doing. Also, one other thing as you're starting, this is very important. I tell people this all the time. Your year-end reviews as an engineer and as an administrator, you're going to do you will do year-end reviews every year in tech. Typically, I mean, depending on the roles you're in and stuff. The year-end review is kind of for the business to come back and look at you, but what I do is I keep track of everything I do all year. So when somebody asks me to write up like what I did all year, I have all that recorded. I keep notes of all the stuff I do. So then when they're like, what were your accomplishments this year? And I'm like, do you want that alphabetical or chronological? you always do chronological. But like if I was, well, I mean, I guess if you had one that was like really big, you could put that first. But no, I have all my stuff by date. And the reason is not because I'm like anal retentive about things. It's because I'm an engineer, and this is how we look at stuff. Yeah, Cuddlingus, if you build into everything you do, just keep a notepad open. You don't have to remember a lot of stuff. You just have a notepad open. And as people talk about stuff, and you're like, oh man, they talked about this meeting every third Thursday of the month. You put that in. This is one of the things I always do. So I'll write this up so you guys can kind of see. I see like documentation, like sources. Where did I have to go for all the things? Another one that I always do is meetings. So when somebody new comes on a team, you'll hear this all the time. Oh shoot, I forgot to invite that person, and then they'll go invite them, and the person will be 10 minutes late. But what I do is I say, okay, I needed to be in the daily stand-up. Right, and then so then what you do here is so daily stand up and I don't know, weekly, maybe engineering, Scrum, or this would be like ECB, which is your electronic, typically your it's a change board, but it's engineering change board. But if you, as you build this out, like all the things you needed to know, and our wiki page, yeah, right, whatever things that you run into, and you go give this to the next person, or when you're done onboarding for the first 2 weeks, and your manager comes and says, hey, what do you think about like our onboarding process, and how easy was it for you? And you show them something like this, they're gonna be like, man, this guy definitely, like, yeah. ECB can also be CAB, which is not a combat action badge, but it's those came out later after I got out of the Army. The combat action badges are kind of funny. CABs are change advisory boards, right? So that's a CAB, and maybe there's a weekly one of those. And your point is then saying these are all the things that they need to know. Another one is I start to build. I always draw a systems map. Like, how do I... And look, systems maps do not need to be perfect, guys, but it's what you see in your head. You know, you're doing the Dr. Xavier, right? Like, you're looking through your mental map of how does this system work? So maybe I ask you, for people that have been part of the group, could you tell me what... Yeah, electronic cookbook, I like that. What could you tell me your idea or your understanding of the Prolog Labs? Now, some of you guys have seen the little drawing of how you get in and stuff, but that's not how everybody sees it. So maybe you guys could write that up. Yeah. Fixing the documentation is huge, 100%. Yeah. So then you take something like this and you just keep track of this. I would definitely check all the places that you had documentation sources, meetings that you needed, maybe like a basic systems map. Another one that I might do is points of contact. So then, to get access, or points of contact, there's another one is check access. This one's big for me. Check access to. So maybe you have a Jira board or something like that. You need to be able to check access to your Jira board. And these are all the things that then the engineer that comes on should be able to check access. Do I have access to the Jira board? Shit, I didn't even know we had a Jira board, but now because this person did this, and I do this every time I do something like this, and again, like, I don't know how to put it except people just think like I'm a rock star, but I'm not doing complex stuff. I tell you guys all the time, I do very simple things and I try to do them well. In fact, I might even have a copy of one of these I did for a recent client, where I just put it, and it's funny, excuse me, I've never written it out like this. Like it's always just happened because I know to do it. But this would be a good one. Documentation of sources, meetings, and this is just meetings that you need to get invited to. A new person doesn't know how to get to the daily stand-up, but they can ask the manager and they go, oh, yeah, shoot. Yeah, John over in HR actually sends that out, but I'll forward it over to you. And there's that. Sometimes, so points of contact can be maybe HR, architect, we work with a lot. a lot. Maybe systems engineering. So you guys know I've been a platform and a Linux engineer most all of my career, most of the last 20 years. But who do I work a lot with? I work with the systems engineers a lot. So I get architecture questions just being like the platform engineering lead. We never really had an architect designated to us. Like we had other architects doing other stuff in the company, but all the questions most of the time would come to me. But points of contact. Who should I maybe like reach out to and say, hey, I'm a new person on the team. Do you have any cool documentation that I should read, or any like policies? Like what do we ask these guys? Like documentation I can review, or another one to ask any of like the leads. This is even something to ask your own lead if you're new. Like Colingus, you're like a new person on the team. This is something to ask whenever you get in with like a team lead. What documentation should I review? And then the other one is what maybe service levels, or some people call them service level indicators, or KPI, which are key performance indicators, right? Do we have for these systems? Right? Like, what do we care about most? Are the systems up? Are the systems overly saturated? And then another one you could also ask is, I always ask this in an interview. Like, if I'm the guy being interviewed, which happens somewhat regularly. Like, you guys know I work for Redline, but sometimes when I go to work on a contract, they'll still kind of interview me to make sure that I'm the right type of resource. Or they'll tell Redline to find somebody else. This has happened to me before. Actually, I think I told you guys, I got passed over on a project for NASA Ames that a few of our guys are on, and they told their guys later, they're like, we don't know why you passed on Scott. Like, they passed on me, they said I wasn't senior, and I'm like, okay. I'd go do all this other stuff I do, but yeah, they passed on me, and I'm like, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I mean, I think about it every now and then, but this is something I always ask in interviews, what are our current pain points? And expect somebody to tell you, oh man, how much time do you got, right? But I guarantee you, when you ask somebody that question, the first two things that pop up in their head are the things they've been dealing with the most lately. And then you start thinking about how to solve that and think through that kind of stuff. So that, all right, hold on, sorry guys, I got something in my eye here. All right, so something to think about. Trace each item to issue help desk. Yeah. For big items, I add stars to them, make performance easy to do. I think perf eval is BS. Yeah. I like that. I like that. AI gone wrong. I like the name. No, that's right though. Yeah, tracing things back and figuring out where systems are working well is a good skill. System map. I always draw systems maps. Draw it out in a ScalaDraw. ScalaDraw is a pretty cool little tool. And then just keep your own copy. Right? I draw things out all the time in ScalaDraw. I don't know if I told you guys this, but I was working with a big contract for the last year in a big college in the northeast of the U.S. And I was there. I was helping them rebuild their high-performance compute team. They had 2 people on the team, and I came on, and then we built it up to 8 in the year that I was there. And we got a lot of this stuff done. And what happened was I did a drawing when I came on, and I just drew it out in Excel. I wish I could show it to you. I can't because it's proprietary to them. But I can tell you this, that it then, they said, hey, Scott, can you go ahead and the next person, as we brought people on, can you give like this like overview of the system to them? And I said, yeah, sure. And in that meeting, nobody knew I was going to do this, but in that meeting, I pulled up this drawing and I zoomed in and out of the drawing as I went through each of the different pieces. And we made that's the standard for how people are added to that team now. They have to watch that training that I gave. And I gave that training probably like 6 or 7 times when I was there. But they also recorded it, and that's now like the standard training for how you get into the system. Because all I did was think, how do I log into the system from remote? And then how do I move into our most high-performance compute will have either landing zone or login nodes. They're the same thing, but some call them landing zone, some call them login. And then from there, how did I move throughout the cluster as an admin? And I drew this whole thing out. Oh man, I love anything where you can kind of distill what you're doing down into like a visual thing really helps. Like, look, guys, I tell you all the time, I claim no great accuracy of drawing, but I can pull this up right here. This is my little PPDIOO. This is a Cisco concept. I've shown you guys this many times. Some of you are probably tired of seeing it. But prepare, plan, design, implement, operate, and optimize. And most sysadmins start over here in the operate and optimize. I would imagine, Cuddlingus, you're going to come in here and you're going to be running systems. They're not going to make you build stuff in your first roll out, but you're going to be over here running stuff. And your job, even if they didn't tell you to optimize stuff, the more you optimize stuff, the better chance you have to move over to some of these things. For HPC, please cover HT Condor. I've never used HT Condor, but I use Slurm almost exclusively. I use a lot of Slurm. AI gone wrong. I actually have labs that teach you guys how to do Slurm. I have another one to build too, which shows how to do the database component of Slurm. But come over here, and if you go to my Linux lab stuff, and then you scroll down, I think Ranger's home, by the way. Here's how you install Slurm and then run basic Slurm stuff in the cluster. So I do have some basic Slurm, and I have shown this in. I've got a high performance compute talk that I did. I need to update that too. That one's getting a little dated, but I want to add to it some of the werewolf stuff. But I have a pretty good sized talk on that. We'll get out of there for now. But look over here, like, keep the lights on, keep the systems running. How do we how do we just keep servers running? Like, what do we check for? What does it mean that a server crosses a threshold, and what kind of alerts should it alert to us? Slurm is a open source tool, but it's run by a company called SkedgeMD for some of you guys. So Slurm, SkedgeMD, and I actually talk a little bit about this, but we build this in the open image in a new tab. We actually build this in that lab. But what we build is the Slurm controller daemon on the head node or the control plane node, and then Slurm D daemon on both nodes, so that both nodes are worker nodes, and then you can send jobs into it. Yeah, if we wanted to do like an intensive on this one day, this is not super difficult, and we can build it all inside of a killer coda, so we can actually be doing Slurm jobs. Can we do the Slurm jobs very fast? No. Can we, do we get all the back-end speed of like a high-speed file system? No. But we can at least understand how to submit jobs. Yeah, that's valuable. No, Cuddlingus, that's really awesome that you got a job. I like that. I'll tell the wife that later. She'll be like, yes. Because I always, most of the time I'm just sitting here speaking into the void, right? And then I see stuff back from like Discord and stuff when people say stuff in there. But I've also been gone for a week, so I've only been checking Discord on my phone for the most part. All right, so let's get this out of the way. In week 2, we talked about note-taking. You take notes first in your terminal. And in your terminal, you can have things automatically logging. Screen and Tmux can send stuff right to a log for you, so you have all your raw input and output. That's important. How do you pull it out of your terminal? Guys, one of the things that I do often is, and you guys see me do this often, is I will just pull information. Oh yeah, there's an error I had recently. I got to go fix that this next week. But I'll just pull stuff out, and I love throwing it right into my Notepad++. This is probably my favorite note-taking tool. I have a few different note-taking tools for different reasons. Zotero, some of you guys have seen Zotero before. This is the one that I use for my doctorate work, and actually helps keep track of a bunch of different stuff. This is the one that I use the most professionally, though, Notepad++. And I will just pull out things that are kind of happening in the environment. You guys know I keep a whole bunch of them open. And I can just start working in here and taking notes. Logsec has been kind of useful lately. I'll probably take some of these and drop them into... let's get rid of that. That was just me talking. I might drop these into the notes for the stream. I tend to keep the notes up in the Discord for people as well. DeadSec. I'm not sure what DeadSec is. But anyways, in here, you guys got all this stuff here in the Discord. It's all free. See, is anybody else on? No, just me. and then you guys are welcome to join. Yeah, look, and then the bot welcomes you in, so you guys can join the Discord and hang out in there. Our goal is to get. I'd like to be the biggest. You know, we're never going to charge anything for Discord, but I'd like to be the biggest Discord for Linux. I think some of the ones I see online when I go look through them, it's like 15,000 members. We're only at 3,000, so we're kind of small for all that. So, yeah. Haba, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Yeah. I'm back. It's my first time back in. I haven't been streaming in what's it been now? Over a week. So it's my first time back in a week. Weird stuff happened in the Discord, so let me show you guys this. I don't know what happened to Discord, but something wiped our event. So if you're interested in coming to the 16-week admin course, make sure you just push. There's a little button you can push to say you're interested. And you don't have to, I'm not saying you have to do that to let me know you're coming. It's because you don't get an alert. So yesterday, Sending Grounds was going to talk to the group, and when he sent out the alert, it didn't go to anybody, so nobody even knew to come to the thing. So only one people showed up to his talk yesterday, whereas we've been having like 40 or 50 people normally. So yeah, I felt really bad that whatever happened in Discord just wiped everything. So that was no good. All right, so let's get that out of the way. Drawings. I told you guys about doing drawings. If you use LogSec, you can get drawings right here. You can actually, you can come actually to whiteboards and just start drawing stuff if you wanted to. And we were talking, like this was us the other day, we were talking about how architects, engineers, and admins do a lot of each other's work. Admins are down here doing keep the lights on stuff. Engineers are going up into architect space and down into admin space typically. And then architects sometimes come down into engineer space and do some build stuff, but not too much. I wouldn't say they come too far. And this was just my generic little cheap drawing that I was doing. If I wanted to like codify this down into like what people are actually doing, we could start to make that look a little nicer. But just a quick rundown, and I could kind of explain how, admins go up into engineer space and engineers come down to admin spaces, but architects never really go down to admin stuff. I've never known an architect that was on call. Never. Right? That's not really how it works. Us engineers, we're on call often, right? We never really get away from that. So, all right. But I'll go throw these notes out for you guys. I like Excalidraw. I think it's a good tool. If you guys haven't used Excalidraw, let me show you something cool about it. A few things cool about it, maybe. Pop up here, say Excalidraw. And do I have a drawing that's on here right now? Yeah, so let me move this over here. Let's say that you guys liked this drawing, or you wanted to collaborate with me on whatever this download. This was a kind of procedural drawing that I drew the other day for how we update an environment. And I can share this with you guys, or I can start a live collab session, and I can actually hit you guys with that. People on the Twitch side, you'll have to copy it out and drop it in. But you guys that are on the YouTube side should just be able to click on it. But what will happen is you'll come into this same session with me, and you can actually draw stuff on this screen that I'm in. And then, like, if I were like, oh, wait, I need to export it before anybody comes and starts to mess with it, I could save to disk right now and just say, okay, we're going to call this untitled, whatever, save it. And then now, even if you guys mess it up, if anybody hops in and messes it up, it doesn't matter to me because I have it already saved off, right? Oh, the question was, how was, where'd it go? How was Hawaii? Yeah, that was Leserbeska. That was my first time in Hawaii. Had a good time. So what happened was I was out there. We flew out on Sunday, me and the wife, and we came back yesterday, so Sunday to Saturday. I worked Monday through Thursday at a customer of ours in Dell. You see, people are going in there. People are hopping in. You can start making stuff up there. If it gets too bad, I'll have to get rid of it. Yeah, right. People can say hi. So sometimes people put pictures, and then I gotta move it. But it was good. Yeah. So the wife stayed on the. We were actually out in the Lahaina area, and then the area I was at was more in like, if you've ever seen Maui, it was in the neck. We'll come back to that. Maui map. If you guys have never been to Maui, they kind of call this the head area, and then this is the shoulders and the neck right here. And what had happened was, let me see if I can zoom in on this a little bit. The airport's here, right? Coming right here. This is where me and the wife stayed. And then where I was training was down here in Kihei. So I was driving this every day down to here. It wasn't bad. It was about a 35-minute drive, but it was actually really, really beautiful driving along the ocean. They have so much. I couldn't believe how much. I mean, obviously I knew there was a lot of beach, but like I'm used to going. Like I live in Phoenix, so I go out to like the California beaches every now and then, either San Diego or Los Angeles. And both of those beaches, when you go to Los Angeles or San Diego, the beaches are 100% saturated because there are so many people wanting to go to so little beaches. Weather was good. It was a little warm. It was like in the 80s still with a lot of humidity, but then it would drop at night and be in the 70s, and it was real windy, so it was nice. And I will take rain the entire time because I'm from Phoenix, so I don't get a lot of rain out here. But actually, it's raining today, which is funny. It's 64 today in Phoenix with rain. So, but in Hawaii, it was really nice. We had a strong wind from kind of the north, but we were over in Lahaina. Lahaina is the same place that had the wildfires and stuff. So there was a good amount of burning up here. We just kind of stayed in this area most of the time. And then the last day, me and the wife stayed up here near the airport. And then we came over here to Mama's Fish House. And Mama's Fish House is nice, but that is the most expensive meal I've ever bought for myself in my life. For myself and my wife. This was it was before a tip or anything. It was about 150 a plate. So they tell you to expect about 100 a plate there, but it was about 150 for us a plate. So yeah, and then I gave a pretty good tip. So I told the wife, I was like, "You're the most expensive date I've ever had." So because she likes to be the only of things, right? So that's kind of fun. We didn't get to do any of this. We didn't go to any of the reserves. There's a national stuff, and then I guess up here on some of the volcanoes there are. I think in this one there's a place where you dive in and there's you do snorkeling and there's a bunch of sea turtles. So we got to see the sea turtles down here. There's a bunch of sea turtles right around here. Actually, it's in here in Malia. So there's a port here, and I drove by this every day. I got to drive from Lahaina to here every day, and then the wife really only came there with me the first day, and then she stayed out here at our little resort. We had a little resort in Lahaina, just up north of there's a Safeway, and we were just up north, right, probably around here. Yeah, we were in the in this, so it was real nice. It was real nice. We were in the Ocean Club. Yeah, we were in the Marriott Ocean Club. Yeah, we were in the Marriott Ocean Club, and then there's a little thing in here called the, I don't know, but anyways, it's over there. I have pictures. Yeah, there's pictures. I've been dropping pictures up in the, what? Nobody's doing anything too wild in here. I'm kind of surprised. Yeah, I have a few pictures that I can show you guys more, but the ones that I've been showing you guys were the food. This was that place that we went to, and the total with tip was $388. So that's the most expensive meal I've ever had, but it was pretty nice. I did drink. I don't normally drink, but I had 2 rum and cokes, and then the wife had that is a alcohol glass, but she actually had a virgin daiquiri. She didn't want. She doesn't drink. The wife doesn't drink. What else? I think I had some. Oh, I put them in sports and outdoors. So here's some of the main. This was us landing. So this was coming into the island, kind of seeing the island, and looks kind of cool. I like that there were clouds pretty much the whole time we were there. This was us landing. This was the view. This was the view from the parking garage right here. This was our view of the ocean with the parking garage. And one of the days when I was gone, the wife was out walking around, and there was a little sea turtle that had crawled up on the beach and was just kind of laying there. It wasn't dead. It was still moving around and stuff. But I guess they just sometimes come out of the ocean and hang out. So then when we walked later to get dinner, it was still over there hanging out. So we all stayed, we stayed respectfully far away from the little sea turtle, but it was a good sized one. If I had to guess, it was probably about 4 feet long. So it was good. It was just kind of chilling, kind of older, laying around. I'm pretty sure it was a female from what I've read about them and seen. But yeah, this was like the 6th floor of the parking garage. That's kind of wild. And then this was from our room. So this is actually the parking garage right here, that where that other picture was taken, and then this was our view from the room. The one thing that I would say that wasn't great was, so it's like it's a water resort, so people are there to like swim and have fun with their kids, and not everybody wants to go down to the ocean, so they're playing in this. But they had a waterfall right here that was all you could hear. So the wife really wanted to sit out and listen to the ocean, just the waves and stuff. But you couldn't do that from where we were, because there was this constant falling of water from probably, I don't know, about 20 feet, if I had to guess, of kind of like a waterfall over here, an artificial waterfall. And like, I don't know, that's not that big of a deal, because really we'd just walk out and we'd sit on these little things, and then we could listen to the ocean more. But it was kind of like, oh man, like we're not really there for your freaking man-made waterfall. We're actually there for the big ocean over there. So I don't know, but maybe, this, again, people were having a good time. This was fun. We when we were here, you could walk down and there was a restaurant right here. This was the restaurant right here, and then you can go a little further and there's like a little walk up, just grab stuff and go. So they had some pretty good food there. Obviously, me and the wife both like food, so there's that. Come down here a little bit, and this was us at the Mama's house. There was the Mama's Fish House, but there's a really nice thing about this that I had only ever probably seen before, and never like in videos I had never really seen this. But there's a wave break right about here, so you could probably go out around the water here and walk on this thing. I don't know that I would walk on this, but you probably could. And this was almost like a little laguna, so like people could walk in here and hang out and do whatever. I didn't really get, there were some homeless people over here hanging out, which I guess is a thing in Hawaii, I don't know. But they were just hanging out over there, I don't know, taking baths or something. And everybody was over here kind of trying to do whatever. But this is kind of like more calm water, and then the waves out here were like really breaking. Like this was like 7-8 foot waves out here. But in here it was real mild, so you could I wouldn't leave a kid in it, but I'm saying like, you could probably have like the teenage kids play in this, and there was never really going to be a big wave that comes in because the waves were breaking out here. So like I'm not from a place with an ocean, so I hadn't really seen that before. But anyways, yeah, so that was that. And then yeah, that's it. The waves were kind of breaking right here, and then this just made this, I don't know what else to call it except kind of like a little laguna, or lagoon or whatever, I don't know. But it just kind of was like the water here was more chill. Let's put it that way. Yeah. All right. So anyways, so down here, somebody was doing something else. I have other pictures. I could post more pictures up. I got pictures of me and the wife out and about. I'll get you guys some pictures of those, because she got a hat she really likes. Then she took a bunch of pictures with her hat on, so I thought that was funny. All right. Where are we at? We're at almost 2 hours. I can't believe I've been talking this long. Let's I'm going to call this one. I'm going to go here and say, when you're the new person, you document these things to make make an onboarding document. Yeah, so I don't know if you're still around, Cuddlingus, but ask them if they have a good onboarding document, and if they don't, even if they do, just start updating it. Find these things. Where are all the documentation sources? Pull it all together. Where are all the meetings, and what should people ask for? Check access to. You're going to have access to a Jira board, maybe like a team calendar. Things that seem silly, like, do I have access to, I don't know, maybe the company runs SharePoint, right? SharePoint for maybe the larger team, right? Like just find, it doesn't matter. Like we don't discriminate we don't discriminate what tools we use to get into the system. Your GitHub, GitHub, or this is sometimes Bitbucket. It's sometimes GitLab. Internally, there's different things that people could use. Do I have access to this? Do I need to link some of my other stuff? Check access to, one of the things I like to do is I always want to know, so when I draw out the system, right, when I draw out my system in Excalidraw, it's where do I enter the system? What jump hosts or hosts do I have? What services, what naming scheme are we using? And I'll write that out. So some of you guys might have noticed in my home lab. Hold on. We use this naming scheme of, well, we got all kinds of naming stuff going on, but over here, me and my brother, we worked at a company where P01 stood for production in the 01, which is 01 is could be each of our different data centers. So 01 happened to be our primary. So production is 01, and then this was a jump server, so I happened to give it the name jump, and then it's the first of the servers. So when I go to make a new one of these, it's probably going to be P01 jump 02. And you just need to know that. And then some of your servers, like what we used to do is the ending name on the server would be part of either like an IP address or a way that we could find that server. So maybe if I had a P01 APL, which would be application Linux, or APW application Windows, right here in its name. So P01 would tell us it's production in some area. A would tell me it's application, or W like web. And then L would be Linux or W. So if it was WAL, it was Web Application Linux. If it was WAW, it was Web Application Windows, right? These are naming schemes you need to maybe know or learn for an organization, right? And then 01 for me is Jump 01. But normally nowadays even, I might call it P01 Jump 245. Why would I call it 245? Because my system uses the 245 as its final in its octet, or there's different things that you can use, but the point is you can pull different pieces of information if you need. So yeah, learn your naming scheme of your systems, because you might be tasked with building servers out, right? Sysadmins sometimes do the engineering tasks of building new servers, and then you need to know about that, right? You're going to find the more you do sysadmin work, the more people are like, well, this person can figure out everything. And then you get to do everything. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break real quick. Let's see if Ranger's back. I think the wife brought Ranger home. Let's go check on Ranger Cam real quick. I'm gonna have to log back in. Admin, some password. Let's go see if Ranger's back. Oh, Ranger's back. Ranger's back. He's home. The wife's got his bed turned around. All right, let's go. I hear the wife going out the back door, so I probably shouldn't leave the camera on, but we see Ranger. Ranger's an old dog. He's home. I'm gonna go say hi to him and stuff. Let me put my little hourglass up, and we'll say, where's he at? We'll say 8 minutes. Take a break, stretch your legs. 8 minutes. I'll be back. All right. Let's see. Who are my normals? Who are my regular people? Cuddlingus, Leserbeska, you guys are in charge. Keep everybody in line. I'll be right back. How are we doing on time, guys? All right, still got 4 minutes. Okay. Guys, I'm trying to pilfer my desk for something, and I'm not seeing a thing. I kind of want. All right, I'll be back, guys. I will be back. All right, guys, I'm back. I was helping the wife with something. All right. Got to fix my green screen. Everybody was well behaved? Good. Good, good. Let me move my green screen back so that hopefully it looks kind of normal. Yeah, it looks fine. All right. So, what are we doing here? Not working too hard, guys. We'll let that little thing here finish. Little hourglass back here behind me. That looks okay. Green screen's doing green screen stuff. There we go. All right. So, where were we at? Yeah, while that's still going, let's pull up our next little section. So we were looking at access control lists in SE Linux. What's the kind of goal of those things? So let me pull up over here. Move this to the left. That's probably a little better. Boom. So basic sysadmin stuff. We need to know wherever we're at, even if it's down in temp. What are the access control lists of the system? So ACLs tend to be like our ability to touch. Yeah, take a break, stretch your legs. Yeah, be able to see. Let's do like root. There's a bunch of them in root, I bet. So, how can this file or directory, but Linux treats everything as a file. How do these permissions over here determine how you can interact with it? Right, this is kind of an important thing. And then what are these other values? So the crux of this is using ls-l to kind of interact with the system and understand how files are marked and all that kind of stuff. So the high level ideas of this are for any machine. So let's say custom fax right here. Custom fax was last modified on this date. So that's the last time it changed. That is different than the last time it was accessed or the time it was created. You can find that information out about this by doing like a stat command. Stat will tell you other information. However, one of the things you'll find is that once a file's been modified, you don't have the when it was created, except in certain file systems that'll keep that. But that's past POSIX. That's if there's other things happening with the file system. So this was the last modification date. So this file's been here for quite some time. And here is its size in bytes. It's 616 bytes. That's the weight of it against the actual number of bytes that are stored on the disk, right? So this is 616 bytes. Over here is this is the group owner, and this is the user owner of the file. The user owner and the group owner relate directly to some of the things over here that we'll look at. And then this is the number of inode links from this file system into this file. So this custom fax has one inode pointing to it, meaning if we delete this custom.fax right here, out of here, it's gone from the file system. There will be no way to get it back without some type of forensics tool to go and gather where the data is on the disk. But as it is, there's one pointer, so we can be assured that we'll always be able to get to it. And then here, when we look at the permissions for it, we see in this first column that it's a dash. The first column here is a dash, and that means that this is a regular file. It could be D if it was a directory. It could be L if it was a soft link. Soft links are able to be linked across hard drive boundaries or boundaries of disks, whereas other systems aren't. This is the octal permission of read, write, and execute for the owner, the file owner, user owner as they call it, of the file. So read, write, no execute for root. Then this next set of octal permissions right here, read with no write or execute, is for the group owner right here. So the user owner is defined and the group owner is defined, and then everybody else has just read permissions against this custom.fax. Now, user or everybody else doesn't have to be defined because it's everybody that's not the root owner or the group owner. That's how permissions work. So this is down to just scoped at one user right here. This is scoped at everybody that's in that user's group right here. And then this is scoped at everybody else in the world. Everybody else in the world that could see this file if there weren't other restrictions in place. However, there are other restrictions in place, so everybody else in the world can't read this file. But that's because of how root's home directory is set up, right? So anyways, you've got all of these, right? And we did some exercises that week on how access control lists work. And then we changed some of these. So like this systemcheck.txt, whatever this old file is that we used to use, we can see how big it is. And we can see that it's not an executable, it's just an informational file, and it is what we would say 644 for its permission set, right? So, and we could check that if we wanted to. So I can say pwd, let's go back to root, and then I can say ls-l on system check, right? And I can say chmod to 640 system check. And if I'm not lying to you, 640 should be this right here, 6, 4 right here, just like this, because that's the 4 place. And then this should be nothing. There should be nothing else if I'm not lying to you, right? And I'm not, so there it is. If we wanted to make it 600, we could change this to 600. And then we can check it, and we can see that it's only 6. So this type of understanding of access control lists and knowing how that works, very important. Now, there are other ways to do access control lists. There is plus O, like you can add a bunch of things and do it other ways. I'm not a big fan of this. So you can do it like this. You can say chmod. I don't even know this way very well. And you can say group plus R on system check, and that would give group read back. So you would give it, then it would be basically 640. So watch, let's go check. Yep, 640. And then you could see others plus R. So others plus R would be 644 now, right? But I guys, I don't do that. I don't know. It's that resonate. Look, I tell you guys all the time, I'm not prescriptive here. I'm not telling you must do it my way if you want to be a successful engineer. That's not the goal of this. There are other people out there that you'll watch that'll tell you that kind of stuff. but I'm not that way. I mean, do whichever way resonates with you. If you see a lot of good documentation and this is the way that you get it, again, this isn't great for me because, by the way, there's another thing here to understand. This is additive permission sets. When you say, Scott, what the heck do you mean additive? What I mean is whatever's already there, when I do this, it modifies it if it needs to be there, and it modifies what's there by adding it to the permissions that are already there. But my way of doing it here, this is exactly what I would call, some people might call this imperative. I am setting the whole value every time, no matter what. This would be like absolute pathing if you wanted to think of it, versus this is more like relative pathing. I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to disparage one or the other. I just tend to only use the one. Maybe because my brain's too tiny to do all this stuff. And then we get into SE Linux, right? And SE Linux is up in our Werewolf environment. So for you guys that know how to get into our environment, you can hop in. Professional Linux Users Group is free for anybody that wants to be involved. And we go into like Rocky 1 and Rocky, we've got the 19 Rocky servers for you guys to use. You can jump into them from anywhere in the world. I've shown you guys how to connect to those. It's all down in the Discord as well. If I go in here and I do an SE status, I can see that SE Linux is enabled, but it's in a permissive mode, meaning it's not stopping anything. It's not enabled in enforcing mode, which, by the way, is what I professionally use. I have to turn on enforcing, and then I have to go and I have to fix things that are busted so that my system works the way that's intended, right? So down here we see that it's enabled, it's running, and let's go look at some of the stuff that's happening in the system. So ls-l capital Z on root. Let's just see what's going on in root. And in the root system, let's compare that to ls-l in root. So here we'll get our access control lists, our normal rules, which are what we call octal permissions for the owner, the group owner, the user owner, the group owner, and everybody else on the system. Some people call it others, and that's where that O came from earlier, if you care. But up here, we can see this other layer of tagging that's applied. So SE Linux does additional labeling to the system and or to the files, directly down to the files. And down here, we've got a system user is object R, and then admin home T is part of a label. So, whatever that applies, if somebody else tries to access this that shouldn't, we would get access, we would get information in our access log. So, tail-f on maybe var log, it's audit.log. This is where you should see a lot of SE Linux stuff happening in here. And it's basically just letting us know that, like, userlib systemd system is trying to run the sysstat, right? And sysstat has some values unset. So this is some warning against sysstat collect, whatever that is. Probably something I added later in the system. But now one of the cool things about this is I can go look at that audit. So watch this. This is where it starts to get kind of fun. We can grep sysstat, right? So now there's all our sysstat stuff. And then if we want to use, there's SE Linux tools that have made this easier. We used to have to go write these modules by hand. This is basic. What I'm about to show you is basically where everybody just turned off SE Linux back in the day, once you had to get to this. But all those things are, because we're in a permissive mode, they're just warnings where SE Linux wasn't going to work. If we were in enforcing mode, none of this shit would have worked. This service was not going to turn on. So real quick, system ctl status sysstat collect, right? Whatever this is, which it's a timer service, it's triggered by sysstat collect timer, and then it runs, and when it runs, it gathers information. Now, it says that it's dead right now, but that's fine because there's a timer that's actually kicking it off. So it executed, and it executed with a 0 return code, so that's good. Even though we're Linux guys, and even though we're crawling around down in the systems as administrators and engineers, we're still looking at everything from a computer science standpoint, and exiting 0 is always good. Exiting 0 means there's nothing else, there's no alerts, flags, any of that kind of stuff defined. Your exit statuses should be descriptive if you're going to be writing programs, but 0 is always good. We always say 0 means nothing else would need to be done. So what does that mean? That means when this was called last, it worked, so we're good. But this would not have been called if we were using SE Linux. It would have broke right here because it doesn't have permission. So what I do then is I go grep sysstat against the system, and we're going to pipe it through a tool that's out there. Do most packages come with SC Linux definitions for allowing defining what it can do? Yeah, the Alpaca, things that are things that work within the confines of SC Linux, like RPMs and those kind of things, to install a tool. A lot of things will check to see if SC Linux are active, and then they will install themselves correctly. Yes, yeah, because these things we can add or remove. Oh, there's a whole lot of these, aren't there? This is failing every time that runs. Hold on, let me go back here. I just want to show you guys. Yeah, these things. If these aren't correct, these would fail every time. Yeah. So hold on, let me go grip this real quick, and then I'm gonna send that through an audit to Y. Now, there are some really cool tools nowadays. We used to have to write again all this stuff by hand, but now this tool, audit to Y, it comes from the I think it's like the Python. Well, hold on. Let's put a pin in this because this is the command I want to run. So I'm gonna actually pound it real quick. There's a little sysadmin trick to just leave that there for later. That's now in my history, so I can press up and find it. But I didn't have to Control C to ignore it. Excuse me. Hold on. Watch this. This is a quick trick. Which audit to Y, and then DNF what provides. So how did this audit to Y get on my system? Like what provided as a package? So the actual file. Oh yeah, here it is. Look, PyCore util. I thought it was policy core utils from the Python utils. So if you don't have this, you don't have audit to Y on a Rocky box. Hold on, let's go do this real quick. So I'm just gonna mouse over. If we're using a cool tool like Putty, I know a lot of people don't like Putty, but I can right click, boom, run it. Now this would tell me how I would fix that. However, it says there's nothing to do. So unset, huh? It's telling us that there's a bunch of errors. Anyways, let's go look at another one. Let's go. Let's just tail dash F this for a little bit. Let's see if we can find some other issues going on in the system. Oh, BPF is running. Good. And then we can just see what's going on in the system. Apparently, there was nothing wrong with that. Yeah, permissive mode is not blocking anything, but it's giving us all the messages like it was blocking things. So let's look at SSHD would have been having a problem. So let's watch this real quick. This is probably a big one. Let's go with SSHD right here, because I just saw right up here. This would have had a problem. So let's grab SSHD. Audit 2Y. Nothing to do, huh? All right, screw it. Look, guys, we can feed it the whole file. I just didn't want to feed it the whole file, right? But we'll just do it like this. Now, this is going to tell me, so there was a missing rule for WW client. So this actually comes up, guys. This actually came up in a cluster I built recently. WW client is not set up to work correctly, so we might have to generate a loadable module. So it says you can use audit to allow to generate a loadable module for this access. And then to generate that, oh, here's another one. NIS is not set, so we can set SE bool NIS. We can turn that on, right, in the environment. So now NIS is enabled, so then that will cause this to no longer pop up, this domain can map nmap files or mmap files. Now this one's going to go away from the logs. But where is our, hold on, T rule. Use audit to allow to generate a loadable module for that. Yeah. So we did audit to Y. Now let's go grab this. We're gonna grep WW client, right? WW client's a big one. This one happens to me a lot. And so I say, okay, this one can be piped through audit to Y, and it'll make, or audit to allow, and it'll actually write the module for us. So watch this real quick. Here's the module that we're gonna need. We're going to go, and then we can go and we can build this module and load it in, and then our system will no longer have this problem when we go to enforcing mode. So your permissive mode is a way, like let's say you set a system all up as an engineer. You can, and then you've got a requirement later to turn on SE Linux. You probably know the requirement already. But you can build a system. You can turn your SE Linux on in permissive mode. You can go through this process. This is an iterative process to get to a working set of information. And really what you would do, if we were to go look at our history real quick, we would make sure that we had the policy core utils with Python, right? So let's just bang that one. So you can always bang 38 and it'll rerun that command, right? We would make sure we have this on the system. We would turn on SE Linux in permissive mode, so vi etc SE Linux and then config in here, and we would put the Linux mode to permissive, right? Escape :q because I don't want to change it, so you can just cap that file if you want, right? That's how you set it. Then you would boot the machine and you would let the system operate. You would let users connect. You would do the types of what we might almost think of like as a regression test, although you're building a system for the first time, so there's no true regression, I guess, except back to your old system. But regression test is still the best value for what I guess we're talking about. You would test it. You would make sure things are working. You would turn on the services. You would load the web pages, and you would make sure SSHD was running. You would do all these things that a system does on its what we call like a diddle, the day in the life of the system. And then you would start running this. You would start to look for, right? You know, you do like a tail-f on var log audit. Oops, audit.log, and you would just watch what's given errors, and then you would start to pass those errors down and start to build these different things. So yeah, if you guys want to do a deep dive on that, like on a Saturday or something, when we do our normal systems stuff. We can definitely do a little more of a deep dive on that if you guys want to. So what I'll probably do, especially in the last 8 weeks of the course for people that have been coming, is I'll have like a little bit longer questions and answers time at the end where I'll have you guys bring your like deeper dive stuff in, and we'll go dig into any of the stuff that you guys have questions about. But this is one, I'll be honest, I'm not an expert at this, but I can get this working. I know people that are better than me at this, but for the most part, I can find this stuff and build this stuff as I need from my old notes, and then I can get a system working with SE Linux, and that's really a big part of it, is looking at log messages, seeing what's kind of happening. Nothing's really going on in my system here, like it's just kind of chilling. But maybe when I have some connections made from different users, you can't just use the root user with keys. You gotta have users log in with maybe either their keys or their passwords and see what's happening. Yeah, this thing's still having a message, but it's not really giving an error. It's probably because whatever this is doesn't have any of these values set, so that's probably why this is coming up as a warning. But this wouldn't stop it from running, because if it would, the audit to y and the audit to allow are your best friends. So these two commands here, so let's tail history. Just look at these. So then you go look for something that's busted in the environment, and you look at audit to y and then audit to allow. So yeah. So yeah, we could do that, Lezerbisca, probably on the next Saturday. One of the things I really got to emphasize for people that are popping in or out is, if you're in the Discord, go in the Discord, and if you want to be part of the group, re-add, because something happened and it didn't. It's not. People weren't in this anymore. So again, it wiped everybody. We had 208 people coming. Well, we were averaging about 50 actually being there. But if you want to be alerted again, something wiped this when I was gone. I was in Hawaii. I remember I was checking it on my phone, and it said 0, and I'm like, what the hell is this at 0 for? There was nobody interested in the thing. And then yesterday, when Sending Grounds came to talk to people, only one person came. So they just called the meeting and didn't even do it. But we had a guest speaker for yesterday, even though I was traveling back from Hawaii, and nobody even got alerted to it. So tragedy. All right. Let me give you guys the Discord in case anybody needs it. You guys are welcome to hang out down there, do whatever you want. I think we're up to 30. We're over 3,100 now, so that's kind of cool. Pop that over there. People are down there studying right now. People can hang out. Like the study groups are fair game for anybody to hop in. People can keep hopping in. The little bot always. You can talk to the bot too. How do we fix SE Linux violations. You can ask the bot whatever you guys want. And it tells you this with Restore Con and SC Manage. Look, there's even more tools to use. So the bot tries to help you out. Check logs. And then stop messing. That's funny. That's actually right, though. If you don't know what those mean, stop messing with SC Linux. Most people just turn it off. But anymore nowadays, it's getting more and more popular for that. All right. So anyways, we talked about admin troubleshooting. What's the difference between troubleshooting in engineering and troubleshooting in administration? And I tried to kind of demystify that for you guys a little bit. When we are an admin, so if you're a newer admin and you're just running a system that's already there, you're doing day in the life and what we call the day in the life or keep the lights on operations, you can assume that the thing was probably working at one point. So it's kind of nice to make that assumption because you're not building a new system. You're getting a system that was working back working. So that can change the way that you troubleshoot. Again, in administration, we can assume that this worked versus in engineering, where I'm trying to get something to work for the first time, trying to build something, maybe pave a road down a way that nobody's been before with a tool, and try to use a certain way. So in administration, we likely have some type of documentation, what we call the runtime or the runtime docs. Maybe we even have to go back to the build docs from the engineer if they kept them. We are responsible to build runtime docs if they don't exist. So if I go to a system and I ask everybody and I look around and there's nothing and I go and I find the fix and then I save, I fix the system, but it takes me 2 hours. And then, but the actual fix was only about 5 minutes once I figured out the procedure. It is on me as an administrator and engineer to build those runtime docs and put them in a place where other people can find them. So the next time this comes up, this doesn't take 2 hours again. Because if it took me 2 hours, maybe it takes a junior engineer 8 hours. And that's an unacceptable use of their time and for the system to be down, right? So this is something that you kind of have to think about. And then this is another one that's huge. If I'm doing administration instead of engineering, I can typically compare one system to another system. Like if I have 8 systems in a row that are similar, I can look at the differences. We don't have that luxury in engineering, but on the admin side we do. Hey, thanks for the follow. Phoenix Coding and Pavlov Mario. I missed that one. That's a pretty funny name. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. I think I had missed those earlier, but okay. And then administration tasks, right? So you got to know how to do these things in the system. How do you power on and off your servers? You need to know how to connect to a server in what we call an out-of-band fashion. Obviously, I can come here and I can jump into my different devices or whatever. Street Track, yeah, welcome back. Life is good now. Streaming. Yeah, I'm back. I'm working on stuff. I'm just kind of like reviewing everything for the first 8 weeks and then trying to tell people if you're already in our Discord and if you're already trying to go through the course, make sure you re-sign up for the event. Events are always in the top left of Discord, even on your phone. It might be on the top right on your phone, but then you can click and say, yeah, I'm interested in the course, right? It's free. It's not going to cost you anything to click that you want to be there, but at least then you get an alert on Saturdays when we do it. And I really felt bad because Sending was going to come and talk to you guys, and he didn't get to. So maybe I'll try to get him to come in later on one of these other weeks if he's got time. But anyways, I think that as an admin, you should maintain inventory of a system. If and I'm going to use Cuddlingus as an example real quick. Starting out in a new company, and you go in and you ask them, hey, can I get just like an inventory list of all the servers? And if they don't have it, that's fine. You start making it. Hey, can I just get like whatever system drawings you have? They don't have it? Cool, make it. Even if it's just your understanding of how you get in the system, start to make it. You guys will be amazed at how many times something doesn't exist and you just make it. You don't have to ask permission to make it. You just make it. And make it for yourself. And then when you start showing it to people, they're like, oh, that's really good. Can I? And the next thing you know, it's official. And you're like, wait a minute. So like official things were really just somebody's pet project and just their understanding of things yes. Like 99% of the time, yes. Some of you guys, like we're not really a Windows shop around here, but there's a story from like the Microsoft side of things that you guys can go read about. The guy who built PowerShell internal to Microsoft, that wasn't like an official project for him. He just did PowerShell, and people were always like, it's not that big a deal. And he just kept building PowerShell, making it more and more robust. And then they finally were like, yeah, that's going to be our way of doing everything. And PowerShell is probably the best thing Microsoft ever put out if you're a guy like me that has to maintain a bunch of servers. I don't normally maintain Windows servers, but if I was going to maintain Windows servers, which I have in the past, it's Ansible and PowerShell, always. So, that's the thing. Papa Scorp, yeah, sorry I wasn't around for a while. I actually managed to land a sysadmin job. The question you suggested asked the interview about documentation help break the ice. Nice, Papa Scorp. Well, if you want to, ever talk to the guys or give any of your feedback down in the Discord, people always like those success stories for you guys. I wasn't around for the last week either because I've been in Hawaii. Today's my first day back streaming in over a week, so I really wanted to just kind of come and talk to you guys and that. All right, he will get a tap on his back. Yeah, that's all he got. Without PowerShell, I believe Windows would have died in the server. Yeah, they were dead in the water, guys. Until they did Core and PowerShell, they weren't going to be able to keep up with what we could do on the Linux side. No way. No, we could do way too much. We have way too much power to touch systems. Yeah, PowerShell really kept them competitive. I really do believe that as well. Yeah. So, all right. But again, go look that up. That was somebody's pet project. He got told to stop doing it a few times, I think, by management. And he's like, I'll just keep doing it as like a little pet project. Because engineers, there's hard things and objectives and contribution items that we have to build as engineers. But we have a lot of like kind of gray area in between as engineers where we can work on stuff that makes our productivity better, and we can build our own little stuff. And there's definitely stuff for that. But yeah, you need to build and maintain an inventory as an admin. There has to be an inventory somewhere in your company, what we call a source of truth. And your source of truth can come from your CMDB, which is your configuration management database. But a lot of times those things are a hot mess of bullshit. Like there's just bullshit in there. So a lot of times as engineers and administrators, we have to understand how to pull those things. Hey, Monkey Man, how's it going? We're going on 2.5 hours, man. I'm just sitting here hanging out and talking. Oh, I actually have to text the wife something real quick. Yeah, I made it back alive. Let me text the wife real quick and just say, let's see. I'm messaging her real quick. All right. Most serious MS are managed via PowerShell. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, you can only click. I mean, you could be the fastest clicker in the world, and you can only click next, finish so many times as a Windows person, right? So, yeah, I made it back, Monkey Man. I got a bunch of pictures and stuff. I'll post some more pictures up in the Discord here lately, but I was just showing some earlier. But no, that's super cool that more people are getting sysadmin stuff. I think a lot of you guys like, and if you're one of these, that's fine. Like you just needed permission in some cases, or you just need the confidence to go do it. Anybody that watches me for more than 5 minutes is probably doing some kind of hobbyist Linux at least. And I want you guys to do this stuff professionally. The Alpaca, I was in Hawaii for training. I was training some customers on high performance compute systems that we built out. And so it was 4 days of training, and the wife came out with me, and then she just kind of hung out at the little resort we were at, and then we came back to the other side of the island, and we stayed for one more day Friday, and then yesterday we flew back. So yesterday, I mean, you don't lose, you actually do kind of lose a whole day flying back from the island because, you leave at 8 a.m. there, and it's 6.5 hour flight back, but then you land at 4:55. So we landed just after 5 p.m. Phoenix time, and that was a wild. And then it was raining here, and it's raining today. So it's actually raining today in Phoenix, and it's 67. It was only supposed to get to 50 today, but apparently the sun broke through and got it up to 67. It looks like. Oh no, it says it's 63 right now. That's still a pretty nice day out. Yeah, the time. Also, I guess a bunch of you changed time today. But Arizona doesn't. In Phoenix, we don't change time. So I will stay the same while all the rest of the world moves around me. So my meetings with people back east are going to change. However, the funny thing is they won't change in relation to people in Hawaii, because I found out when I was out there, Hawaii doesn't do daylight savings time either. So that's kind of interesting. All right, so anyways, you're over here. You got to install and update software. We talked about there's two ways that we tend to update servers. We either update them the old way, that's still kind of common practice, is we just update an aging server over its life cycle until it's time to break the server down and take it down. That's still the way we do it in virtual machine space typically. But then the more modern way of doing that tends to be we just deploy with like a stateless image, and then we just put a new version of the updated system. So if you guys wanted to see that process, I haven't done this before in this environment, but let me just clear up, and I'm going to do wwctl container list, and these are the containers in my home lab. And then I might do wwctl node list, and we'll get all our nodes. So let's say Rocky 1-A grep-I for container, and he is running the Rocky 9 Linux lab. Now they're all actually running that. I can actually just run this, and let's go with Rocky. That doesn't work. We can do wildcards like this, 1 to 19. That should work. No? I might need the -A. Yeah, there we go. Now we can see that all of them are that container, right? So check this out. This is a process that I haven't really shown you guys before. But if I needed to roll forward to a new version of the Rocky Lab image, like there was a very high level or a high CVE score vulnerability, or maybe I just wanted to have a process for building this out, I might do something like this. I say wwctl container copy, right? And we'll take Rocky Linux 9 lab that we are, and we'll copy it over to Rocky Linux 9 lab. And maybe I like to do dates like this. I've been kind of using this 11/03. So maybe -11/03. So for me, that is the month and then the day. I know people in Europe, that probably drives you crazy, but in the US we tend to do the month and then the day and then the year. I know it's wild, right? But let's just say 11/03 is my way of doing it. I could do our old military 03 November. That's even easier to see, right? We know exactly when it was. And then I could give the 24 if I want as well. But let's say that that's what I copied over to, and now I'm going to make a new version of my image for right now, right? And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to update that image. And this is kind of the more modern way to do it. We could also build this into a pipeline, and we could have tools that build this for us. But let's just go say that we were going to copy our sources. I also like to throw a time on that. I should have thrown a time on there. You know, the alpaca, I think a lot of times it's just we wanted to rebel, right? We're rebellious by nature. You know, that's a big part of being in America. We want to do things different than everybody else. We want to shake our fists at anybody that's telling us not to do something some way. Man, I'll tell you, well, okay, well, I don't want to talk about that. I was going to talk about that little poor squirrel, but we won't talk about that because it's funny how wild and quickly that became political. Like, that was wild. But anyways, if you guys do anything on Twitter or X, you probably have seen something about that squirrel by this point. All right, so let's copy this container. We're going to update the container. We're not going to update the container we're on. We're going to update the container we want to go to. You almost think of this as like moving through an environment as your container images are a lot like hermit crab shells. Hermit crabs outgrow their shells, but we don't change the shells. We move to a new shell, but we don't change the existing shell. Like a hermit crab never tries to stretch out the shell it's in. It moves to a new shell. Well, containers are the same way. So now I have this successfully duplicated thing. I can press up a few times and just see my container list. And now I've got the one for today's date. So now let's say that I wanted to update this one. So I say wwctl container exec. I'm going to go into this container with bin bash. Or I'm going to drop into a container. And then now when I'm going to mess with this container, I would say dnf-y up. Let's say dnf update. Let's see what's going to change in this. ISO 8601 is the hell. Like in the systems world, you got to use ISO 8601 for sure, for sure. That's a good one for reading and writing things. In fact, if there's an API for Werewolf, which there probably is, that's probably something that's part of it. I use this. I learned this in the military. This is how I write all my signatures and always sign things, because that's clear no matter what we're talking about. Right there. That's always going to work. The day, the short month by its 3-letter, and then the thing. So we're not making a change to this new container yet, but let's look. It does have a new version of a kernel, as opposed to, what version of the kernel are we on? I'm going to say no for now. uname-r. What kernel are we on? We're on 514.0, so that's the major, minor, and release version. And then over here is actually within the release of the kernel. So 427 is the major version, 13.1. Let's see what we're at here. We're on 427. Yeah, we want to go to 42.1, so that's a significant update, right? And we're going to install a new kernel if we do it on the system. All right, well, the point of this was to update everything. So let's go ahead and do our DNF update, and we're going to say yes this time in this environment. And we're going to get a new version of the kernel. I'm going to get a new version of everything. But this is not updating my cluster as it's running. This is happening in a different container that's not being deployed anywhere. And if we wanted to update all the nodes in my cluster right here when we're done with this, we would set it to 1. We're going to test. You always do a smaller test. We're going to test on one node. We're going to make sure we can still get it, make sure we can still SSH to it, maybe do some basic little regression tests on our side, and then we'll go ahead and release it to the rest of the cluster. So let's look at this real quick. So we updated a bunch of things. Sure I'm not missing anything up there. Yeah, you guys are doing good. Okay. Yeah, and we're not working too hard today either, guys. This is one of our goals here, not to work too hard. The other goal is this. I can answer that. For money. I hope that's like my screenshot when I look at this later. Like the little screenshot in YouTube. I hope that's my little... I'm just kidding. That's one of my little... I have a bunch of those. Hold on. Homer, are you just holding on to the can? Your point being. And this one's one of my favorites. We'll do it live. Bill O'Reilly just flipping out on the newsroom. All right. So this is going to install. Look, there's some interesting kind of failures, but it's because it can't update a running system in the way that we're in a chroot jail. So we're not really on a running system, but we can still install the RPMs. And when we're done, we want to test it. We want to see if there's value to what we just did in a running system. So let's go check here. We'll do some real stuff in the lab here. I've been meaning to update the lab servers anyways. This is a good time to do it when I'm hanging out with you guys. So typically on Sundays we record the week, the Linux Systems Administration stuff for the week, but we already did this one, so now we're just kind of hanging out. Did some home lab updates this weekend and went in blind, no updates and check change logs and Wild West approach. Yeah. That's always fun. I do it. I do a lot of things Wild West, but this is also me pointing. I'm pointing at an outside package manager here too, which I would not normally go to an outside repo. Well, the package manager is pointed to an outside repo. I normally wouldn't do that, but I'll do that in the home lab because stability is fine. It's still going to install everything, even though, yeah, there's no default grub, so that's an understandable thing. But this should still be able to come up. So now, we exited. We can say echo $? We exited 131. So I would say true then and exit, and that will write and rebuild my system. Right. So now it's going to rebuild that container. We're going to set that container to one node. And then we're just going to go look at it on a running live node. This is what we do, right? This is what we do. See if anything good's over here in my email. Nope, nothing special. We're just letting that run. Do you cluster design consider using private RPM? Oh, I always do things privately. Professionally, I always do things internal. Yes, we air gap everything off. Yeah. And even if I'm not air gapped, my servers can't reach out. I lock them down so the repos always point to something local. If I have satellite, it's satellite, which actually is one of the nice things about Red Hat is they can't reach out anywhere. They have to go through satellite. And then the other thing is I'll use Pulp or a local repo if I need to. Yeah. When I do that, I always assume air gapped environments for my labs. That based on security, it is security. And for me, one of my policies that I try to push everywhere is I want control of things. I want absolute control. So I will always push for the security. Just I need control. I want to pull down once a month to a hardened not even hardened, but just lockdown version of my repo, and then all the lifecycle management comes from that within satellite or whatever else. So yeah, that's the thing that I do, like with satellite. I lock in a version at the beginning of the month, and then I feed it through my different life-cycled environments. So let's do this real quick. www.ctl node. We're going to list Rocky. We'll do Rocky 19. You know, I really should make Rocky 20 and just make him a test, but we'll do Rocky and then a grep-i for container. We know what he is already, but he's the Rocky 9 Linux lab. Now, let's go check, make sure nobody's on him. SH2 Rocky 1, Rocky 19. And nobody's really been on him since me being in here, and then these were us logging in from here. Root had logged in there on the 31st, so somebody had logged into this, but that's fine. We're going to just make sure nobody's in there, and then www.ctl contain node. And let's say I don't know how to do a command real quick. I'll just do node. And it says that I can node edit, right? Or node set if I need to. And then Rocky 19. And we can make his container into this new container here. Right? Are you sure you want to modify that one container? Yes. And then if I go Control-Shift-R, back to like all my Rocky nodes, Control-Shift-R back. And we look at all of the nodes right there. Now Rocky 19 has changed off of the default, and he's now set on this one. So let's reboot him. So SH Rock. I just do it this way typically. Oh no, hold on. Before we do that, let's do www.ctl overlay build for Rocky 19, so it'll rebuild his overlay for all of his image stuff. That's going to have his new versions of where's that? In his system overlay, that's all going to be rebuilt for the newer version of the system. And then the runtime, so the system overlays need to be rebuilt. Runtime overlays, they come later. They're not that big of a deal. SH2 Rocky 19, reboot him. We'll pull this other stuff up to look at him reboot, because if we need to troubleshoot anything going on, like again, I tell you guys all the time, if everything works, we don't have to go dig in. But if things are busted, then we got to dig in and see what's wrong with them. So we're gonna keep an eye on him. We're gonna keep an eye on him right here. And then, yeah, if anybody's got any questions or anybody needs to know anything more about this, I've been considering. Well, we're halfway through the Linux Systems Administration course, so maybe I'll float this out there now. Well, no, I'll wait. I'm going to wait till the end of the course to tell you guys about this. Let's make sure. So now he's booting off the new image. We see the new container here. And we see that he's doing that. He's downloading his new kernel and his new init ramfs. Those are both very important for booting. Once he gets set up, he's going to move to a ramfs model, right? He runs everything ramfs locally. So booting init ramfs. And then when that node comes back up, we'll come back over here and we can run some of our old Ansible stuff, right? So Ansible and Control-Shift-R. Let's just look at this, and then we'll just change this over to uname-r. Now, if anybody's been paying attention, what do you guys think the difference is, or what do you think the difference is going to be? We're going to see 19 servers come up, 1 through 19, Rocky 1 through 19. And when this system doesn't know how to handle www root init. Oh, I got to rebuild that container. There's a process I have to rebuild that. Hold on. Yeah, that's fair enough. All right. Well, that's going to be busted anyways now. Let's go back in there. We got to go back into here. We got to rebuild his drag cut image. It's pointed at the old. So I need drag cut. Let's see. See if I have it in my notes here. All open documents. New 15. Let's see what this one is. Prologue Lab. Yeah, this was my. That was fine. I did have to do that. So I think this was the document of how I did it. Hold on. Copy link. Let's go look over here. There we go. How's Ranger doing? Oh, Ranger's laying around. That's Ranger. That doesn't look like the... Oh, no. Hold on. None of these... I don't have my notes here. Damn it. My notes have failed me, as they often do in my home lab. That's not what I need. Let's see if... This is not the original... I'm fine with all that. Typically, you still got to use this in here. So what it'll do is it'll go fine. If you go take that command apart, it'll rebuild the drag cut modules for the node based on the kernel version. Let me go look at this real quick too. Doesn't look like that's doing anything. Need to keep looking. I have a set of steps here that I had used. That part's done. That's all fine. I need... Hold on. I know it's in their docs. No. Hold on, I need to get to there, read the docs. Yeah. And then... That's terrible. There we go. It's in boot management. Yep, down here. We don't need to boot with grub. Here we go. That's what we need. We already have drag cut on there, so now we need this. That was strange. All right, hold on. What just happened there? Must have clicked too low. All right, there we go. That should do what we need. Build the init ramfs inside the container. Yep. And we already got it set to Dracket, so that's fine. We don't have to change any of that. Don't have to change that. That's already set. Really, we just need this Dracut to build and regenerate. So that should be it. And we can lay around like Ranger after. Looks like he's breathing real hard for just laying around. He is an old dog though, so that could be part of it. Alright. This box can go, whoops, this box can go back off for now. Oh, he's actually sitting at an off, so we'll give him a second. We'll reboot him here in a minute. Once that image goes. Once that image goes, we're gonna need to make it rebuild, and then we'll rebuild his overlays, and then we'll start him. So, it's strange to me though. This seems to be taking longer than I. Kind of strange. All right. Nobody's asking me nothing, so we're just kind of hanging out today. Not really working too hard. I'll clean up the home lab a little bit. Maybe adding some moving forward on the security stuff. I don't know why this currently says discard. Alright, that's taking longer than I expect, so I'm going to go back in there, and we're going to do, whoops, we're going to redo this command, which should do everything we need it to. Although, again, definitely taking its time. Alright. Got something in my mouth. I don't know what that is. Maybe something from the islands, I don't know. That's, not sure why that's hanging. It's not even trying to do anything. Alright, guys, let's get this stuff out of the way. Let's keep going with, I'll keep showing you guys some stuff. We were reviewing the stuff that we had already done in the administration course, so I'm just kind of hitting a lot of that. You need to know how to configure repositories and then configuring software to work within the cluster. How do we install things? How do we build things? That kind of stuff. And then responding to incidents. System level failures, if the system's failing, why did it fail? And then security incidents, you know, somebody banging on a door, somebody trying to get into our system, kind of what's going on there. And I guess we're just going to see this thing just sit there forever, I don't know. And then I made you guys do, this was all the commands, right? I just had you guys do a bunch of different commands to kind of see what's going on with some of the networking. Understand what the different tools do. You want to be familiar with your tools well before you ever get called into an incident, because getting called into an incident is the worst time to try to figure something out. Don't be waiting until the colloquialism of the shit hits the fan before you do that. Oh, this thing's busted. Hold on. Alright. Subtitles should be back. Subtitles should be back working. I don't know why they stopped, but they did. Alright, there we go. We talked about the use method, which is utilization, saturation, and errors. How utilized the system is always between 0 and 100%. Once you hit full utilization and things start to wait, you get saturation, and there's a queue that starts to form. And then errors are the errors when the inevitable timeouts of different systems and services start. Some errors, some timeouts happen much faster than others. Like in a system world, we might have timeouts that are longer than 5 minutes. in the API world, some of you guys have timeouts that are set in the milliseconds, right? 500 milliseconds is a long time for something to take to come back. Yeah, I should have been a little more. All right, so we're going to exit this. We're going to let that build, and then we'll reboot that node here in a second too. But anyways, that was that's what we talked about for Unit 2. So that was our Unit 2 stuff, right? Again, all of this stuff is recorded. We've got a place where if you want to start the actual Linux Systems Administration course, you're 8 weeks back, and you have probably close to about 60 hours worth of work to do if you wanted to catch up. But for some of you, if you're in between jobs and you're trying to get into the Linux world, we got a lot of free stuff for you to go do. Let's go look at the next one. I'm just building that as we go. That'll build here in a second, and then we'll go. So System Administration 3. We were talking about third class meeting. I always have announcements if I'm going to be out of town or anything like that. Last week, make sure that you do your posts, and then this week, post some worksheets and labs, right? And we go over all that in the class. And then our topics of the discussion were disks, file systems, and mount points. We really went heavily into how that kind of works. And then in the labs I built out that week, where now you have these, you have the ability to go in and do some disk management stuff if you want in the labs. All right, so that's been rebuilt. We're going to now overlay build for Rocky 19 again, and then we're going to reboot Rocky 19 real quick, right? I'm doing some lab stuff while we're doing this. Oh, whoops, here. We'll start him up, and we'll watch him boot over here. Tail-F on var log. Grab tail. There we go. We don't want to see the runtime. We only want to see the system boot. And that's all that we'll see here. We get rid of all the runtime overlays coming through the system here. Now, we saw this earlier, but he's going to pull the right image, which is the new November 3rd image. We'll see that he properly identifies himself as Rocky 19. That'll be over there as well. Yep, he sees he's Rocky 19. He sees all that stuff. He's pulling down his kernel, and then now the rubber meets the road. Is that Dracut image now working where he should be able to boot properly? He should be able to boot now. So. You guys can see over here in the logs things happening as the system's pulling out of Werewolf. The Werewolf daemon is 9873, I think. We can check that, right? We can always verify. Is 9873, so ss-ntulp grep-i for wwctl. That's the thing, yeah, 9873. You can also see that if you cat out Etsy Werewolf and Werewolf. And what I was about to say earlier that I didn't, but I'll point it out now because we're not really doing one of the recorded ones, is when we get done with the systems administration version of this system, I will leave a smaller subset of our labs up, maybe like Rocky 1 through 5, and those will be the nodes that you guys can get to. And then I will retool the cluster over for people that want to get in, and maybe I will lock it down to the people that I'll probably do it for people who finish the Linux Systems Administration course, and we'll go in and we'll build Rocky out. It's Rocky, Werewolf, and then you guys can do some Werewolf cluster stuff. Treebee, is this a Pixie lab? No, my lab boots off of Pixie though. It's the lab that I'm showing you guys. The stuff is from the System Administration course, Linux Systems Administration course. That's booting up, by the way. He's booting up correctly, it looks like now. Yeah, so we're going over old stuff, Treebee. This stuff is all recorded, and there's a playlist for it for people that want to be, want to follow along with that kind of stuff. But I'm giving people an option to, you would have 60 plus hours of work at this point, but we're about halfway through the course. I designed the course to be about 120 hours worth of work, and some of you guys have been doing it, and you could tell people. You guys can attest that there's a fair amount of work in this course, but you don't learn things by staying where you're comfortable. You have to get out of your comfort zone and work a little bit. River Uchiha, Hey man, great fan of your streams. First time on live one. Windows user, made some Arch and X server. Was wondering what would you recommend to start your stream course like with Stream One? Yeah, so River, what I would tell you, the number one thing, the persistent layer of our system is to hop into the Discord, which you may have already done. I don't know, but you guys are welcome. We're at like 3,100 users. And then I would tell you, come down here to like the beginner start here. And we have kind of my Linux beginners stuff. This is all I tried to make this as simple beginner stuff as possible right here, right? If you're like, oh, I watch enough YouTube, I don't want to watch YouTube, here's some certs you can go study for. And we have a really good study guide on this first one. So you can go get API Academy certs, right? Good thing to start. This stuff is free. All of these are free. All of these are like hours and hours of work, but they're worth it. I mean, you can go learn something, right? Get some skills. And then if you say, okay, I've built some, some stuff, and I tell you guys all, most everybody that's here, most everybody that's listened to me for more than 5 minutes is probably doing something in the Linux space. You're probably already an admin, not an admin, but you're a hobbyist of some point. You've built a Arch Linux or something like that, and now you're like, well, how can I go and work professionally in this space? That's what our Linux Systems Administration course is. So let me emphasize something here. The easiest way to start Linux and just get your hands on it is definitely Killer Coda, hands down, no doubt in my mind. It's free. You go on Killer Coda, you do all the labs and stuff, right? But that won't really, for some of you that already do a lot of business stuff, maybe you can just translate right over. But for some of you that are like, well, yeah, but what am I going to do as a systems administrator? That's what this course is about. So the Linux Systems Administration course that we're kind of reviewing now for the first 8 weeks, we're already up. Next week will be week 9. This is for people who have been playing with Linux for a while that want to move over. If you were like, okay, Scott, I'm brand new, I've never even built Linux before, I would tell you, you could still start this course, but now you've got another 4 to 6 hours a week probably of getting your hands on Linux and going in and just like touching all of those things on Killer Coda. And guys, at the end of the day, it's just like going to the gym. Hands-on weights, moving weights around, getting your back under a bar and doing squats is the number one and most important thing. It doesn't matter how much you study going to a gym. It matters how much you actually go to the freaking gym, right? Later on in your career, it probably matters how much you study going to the gym because now you want to help other people. Sure, like a personal trainer that can make themselves big is not as useful as a personal trainer that can help everybody else out, right? But where I'm going with that is for systems administration stuff, hands-on, learn your Killer Coda, but then when you're ready to kind of move over, that's what this is. So that's what all the beginner stuff is. Also, you can go to Prolog Projects and you can see a lot of stuff that we've done. All the resources that I have are in presentations, like all the times that I made a presentation or somebody else made a presentation. And I tell you guys all the time, you can go in here and you can grab all this stuff and run away like a cartoon villain, right? Not saying you're going to do that, River, but you guys could run away like a cartoon villain, and I would be like, well, I hope wherever you land to go do all that stuff is valuable, but you're also welcome to just hang out with us and do as much or as little Linux as you guys like. In fact, people are down there studying right now, right? People are down there studying. They should be watching me, watching you guys. No, I'm just kidding. But they're down there studying and working on stuff, and you guys can jump in there and do their study groups, study group 2. There's a Linux chat. Some people like to sit in gaming, right? But this is one of my favorite things that's happened since we started the course is we have people down there always studying and working on stuff, and that's really important, right? Because look, that's like a community, right? You feel like you can do it. When you sit and watch other people do systems work, I've told you guys this before. I learned all my Linux in the wild. When I sit and watch other people do hands-on Linux, I pick stuff up every time. And you guys might be like, really? Like if you go and jump down and if I go watch one of them, if I go like lurk in the stream for 5 minutes and there's somebody's hands on keyboard, I guarantee you I pick something new up. 100% of the time. Doesn't matter how junior or senior the person is. You always, it's just a valuable thing to work with other engineers because, dude, engineers are very like closeted about what they do. And you can go get some skills in college, sure, but even in college they're showing you the theoretical thing. I know this. I've been teaching college for 16 years, right? I'm showing you theoretical things, and I'm trying to get you hands-on stuff. But no, this is more, the hands-on piece of the rubber meets the road type stuff. Anyways, let's go check on our node. Let's make sure he booted up. Is Rocky up? There he is. I didn't have to press up. I could have just searched for Ansible. All right. Control R. Ansible. Right. Control C. Control R. Ansible. And what I want to do in this sense now is a uname-r. Right. And one of these nodes is going to be different than all the others because now one of these nodes is running on our new version. So look at all these old ones, and when we get down to 19, which will be in whatever order that they respond back, there's 19, and he is on a new kernel. So, anybody want to see how easy it is to get our whole cluster over to the new kernel? It's like this. We go here. We go to where we set. We'll reset 19. Where's he at? Where do we set him? Right? To that. So when we set 19, and we would just set all of the containers to that. Are you sure you want to modify? Look, this is only going to modify 2 nodes. So that means I messed that up. I didn't do that right. So then I go, well, what's wrong here? So it's Rocky 1 through 19. That should have modified all the nodes. Well, that's a hassle. Well, look, if things are difficult, then we can, we could be difficult. But let's go, let's try 1 through 9, just for fun. See if that one works. That would modify 9 nodes. And then I could say 10 through 19. I don't know, maybe there's some bug. I'm not really too worried about it. That one's also doing only 2 nodes, huh? I'm definitely doing that right. Let's do something for fun. Let's say 10. We're just going to do this for fun. This isn't the way we would normally do this. 13, 14, 15, 16. I just want to see. 17, 18. I'm curious if this catches all of them now. Ah, it does. But see, that's not... Yeah, I definitely... It worked for 1 through 9, but 10 through... And earlier I set all the nodes with it. So, yeah, I don't know why... Anyways... You guys will find that a lot of times I'll go, that's terrible, and then I'll just move on. But I'll keep track of it. So now we got to check it, right? So we always come back up here, and we want to check to make sure that all of our nodes. This is how we checked it, so I know that that works. That's super annoying. Anyway, so now we see that, well, some of them are not set. So even though I tried to change all of those, that's weird. Oh, that's annoying. So, well, we can do... So, there's another way we can do this. We can either loop over them or we can just do them by hand. But doing them by hand is not great. But in a short environment like this, I'm not too worried about it. This would be one of those things I'd put up on the shelf and kind of chew on for later. Yes. 11. Yes. Let's make sure it's setting them. Is it setting? Yes. Okay. Then we go 12. This isn't the way I would normally do it, but I don't care enough. I think I can also set, let's see, dash force. Let's try that on one real quick. And because that can, I think, override the yes. No, maybe not. Let's just take that off. We'll do 13 again just to make sure. Just do them by hand. I don't care that much. I don't care that much when I'm not on work time. If I was on work time, I'd probably try to do this a little more efficiently, but... Because also in those clusters I'm dealing with hundreds of nodes, so I would go deal with that a little more efficiently, hopefully. All right. I can also do that. I could also see myself doing this with a loop, but not when it's interactive like this. All right, so let's go look at real quick. List all the nodes. So again, this will work fine. And now I see that they're all superseded and they're all at the right version that I want. Yeah, so that's Guys, that's got to be some kind of like weird bug with them where, because I know you can set things, I know you can change things, I know you can do like power commands against IPMI, but that's fine. Okay, so we got all those. They're all up. And then honestly, what I would do is I would do wwctl overlay build for my whole cluster. I want everything to build. All of them are going to get new overlays. Shouldn't take too long right here. Get the overlays built for all the nodes. Everything's good. Let's go to Control R for Ansible, and let's tell Ansible to. We can do this two ways. We can do. We just do reboot like this. So now it's going to hit all the servers and it's going to reboot them. Now it's also going to wait until they come back up. So this screen's basically locked. We can come over here though, and we can just go to like Rocky 4 and just watch. By the way, it's also going to reboot 19, which was my test node, but I don't care. All of my nodes are now rebooting. That's why they're in a screen like this. So we'll go to Rocky 4 and we'll just watch. And this will come back when the node comes back, because that's how Ansible works. Ansible reboot has a default timeout of 600 seconds, which is 10 minutes. So if you do have to reboot something in a playbook, you can do that. And then you can tune down the reboot if you want. In this case, I'm just doing it from an ad hoc mode, so this isn't quite as powerful as if I was doing it in a playbook and then I could go configure reboot. While we're waiting on that, if you want to see more about that, like if you're ever like, what the hell's Scott talking about? He's saying that Ansible, Ranger, Ansible has these other things. So you would say Ansible reboot module, right? And then you would go read. I'm a big fan of reading, and I'm using 2.9, so I'm using a slightly older version. And then how do we reboot a machine? Well, you could just do reboot like this, and you can just change the reboot timeout. And maybe this machine was slow and had a lot of updates, so you give it 3600 should be 1 hour, right? Yeah, because 600 should be 10 minutes, so 3600 should be 1 hour. Yep. And what's the default? Here's all our defaults. And our default is 600. Yeah. So 10 minutes is your default timeout. But if you need to change it, this is where you go look. And I tell you guys all the time, if something just works for me, I don't go digging in on it. But if something breaks, or if I need to change the behavior of it because of the just the depth of machines that I'm touching, and some servers take more than 600 seconds, well, I could move them into a different inventory if I really needed to. But in general, you can come in here and change things. Reboot, this says unconditionally reboot the machine. That's true, but you can also say with or when. When is the typical way. And then you say when, and then you do a variable exists inside of Ansible, and then you can dig into whatever other things you want to. All right. Guys, I heard two really great pieces of, I heard two really great things of news for me today. Two different people today, for people who got here later, two different people said that they had found jobs recently in the Linux space, and I think that that's awesome. I don't know if it's all directly related to them being part of the professional Linux users group, but that is a goal of our group, is to get people doing that stuff. So anytime I hear that, that's really cool. Because I want you guys to get in there. I tell you guys all the time, I need you guys to get in there, knock me off my top spot so I can go do something else in the industry. I'm just kidding. But this is for you guys to get better at this stuff, right? This is the goal. And I have a limited amount of time. I work and I teach and I do this stuff, but the Discord is the persistent layer where you can talk to me or you can talk to other people. You can always ask questions in there, and I think most people are pretty reasonable. I try to tell the more senior people, hey, don't go hammering people for asking stuff. We didn't know, I didn't know the difference between a kernel and a frickin' a block device before I started doing this either. That's kernel, Kernel, and a block device, right? I didn't know the difference between kernel. Am I just not saying it right? Kernel. Oh, shit. All right. These are all booting back up. This one's setting up its SE Linux. It's also booting to a new kernel for the first time. Yeah, they're all coming up. We can check on the nodes individually, or we could just wait. We know it takes a few minutes for things to come up. So when this gets done here, we could also jump to one of our other screens here and say, well, which nodes are up? And then we can say Ansible servers -m shell -a uptime, right? Give something like that. And see if any of them are up yet, right? I could check them manually over here, or I can use Ansible to just run through them all real quick. They're not all. Well, Rocky 1's up. Rocky says some of them are up. Oh, some of them haven't been rebooted yet either. Oh, hold on. Let's go back over here. Guys, I gotta control C this. This is my bad. When you do this, Ansible has a default fan out of 5, right? So if it's got a default fan out of 5 and it's hitting 19 servers, it's gonna wait until they're done before it kicks over the other servers. So did you see over here how some of these are not up yet, but all these other ones have not even been touched yet? So we got to fix this process. I'm going to say Ansible servers, and I'm going to say a fan out of, let's say 20. So it's going to fan out to all 20 at the same time for its reboot. This is my bad. I kind of messed this up. So we'll wait, and then we're going to reboot all the nodes like this. And then now over here, if we were to run this here in a second, we're going to get all of them red. That was my bad. I forgot that I haven't changed the default fan out in this environment. Now, no, they're all busted because now they've all been kicked over because Ansible was told over here to fan out at 20. And 6 we couldn't even get to because he had just started his reboot. Maybe there's some other ones that were also in the middle of their reboot. We don't care when they rebooted. We care that they did reboot, so that's going to be fine. When he comes back up, he'll be fine. The last thing basically we have to do here now is watch these nodes come up. So we can watch them come up here. And we could also, if we really wanted to, we could sit here and just say, like, we could do something like this. We could say while true do this, and then we could say, like, sleep, I don't know, let's say sleep 60. You can also do, I think, 1M, but I've never gotten into that done. And now this will run through and we'll see them all fail, and then we can go talk about and do other things, and then that'll eventually come up all clean, right? So in our discussions that week, yeah, we talked about operational workflows, tools that we use, who our customers are. Knowing as a systems administrator who your customer is very valuable. This is also true in as an engineer and what we call a CI, IC rather, an individual contributor. Not CI, that's confidential informant. I've been watching too much of that Law and Order show, right? But confidential informant. Individual contributors is what we do as an engineer, right? We individually contribute to systems and build things, and we have artifacts and requirements and all these things. So where I want to go over here is who's our customer? Knowing who your customer is very valuable in business, but it's also very valuable to you as an administrator. And most of my customers have always been internal customers, right? So as I build systems and I operate them, I have, in some places I've been 200 different dev teams that will ask me questions and make sure that their non-prod servers are built the right way and make sure that, hey, is this on there? Is that on there? Can I get this access? And then we can work with them to do that. And then questions that I get a lot, I build into my Ansible playbooks and my different system calls and stuff like that, so that what I do is I decouple myself from the work where if the work's always coming in and people are always asking this one thing and it's pretty reasonable and pretty okay to do, I'll give that permission over to like the Network Operations Center or the Bridge Center, whatever you call it in your organization, and I'll let those people run it through like an Ansible playbook where they can give those permissions. I can give them the roots as I can give them the rights as like the root user to do that command, but only on the certain servers and non-prod that I gave them permissions to do it on. It's pretty slick what you can do with Ansible. By the way, speaking of that, I've been meaning to get into, I want to build up this tool here in the lab too. So we're using Werewolf in the lab, and we're using Rocky Linux, and they're all part of CIQ. But CIQ also has this other tool. One of their products is called, not Ledger Pro, but Ascender, which Ascender is the downstream of AWX. So we're going to, it's basically Tower, Ansible Tower. Oh look, 6 finally came back up. Or it's of what they now call Ansible automation platform, right? It's parity with that. So what I want to do is Ascender GitHub. Let's go look at their GitHub. Control IQ. That's their product Ascender. It's a web-based interface, REST API, and task engine built on top of Ansible, and it's built on this top layer. And we can do it with K3s, so we can build it and install it that way. And then there's also a sender here. And it looks like there's only 2 contributors to it. So look, if you guys are starting to work on this stuff and getting into it and you want to go help and become a contributor, there's only 2 contributors to this project right now. And you could start to work into it, right, if you wanted to. It's open source. You just do a pull request, right? But they probably have some other stuff that they have to do. But the point is you can start to look at what's going on here. There are a bunch of CVEs, so you can go look at those CVEs. If you guys have never done this before, you can go find a bunch of stuff. Here's the proof of concept of how the vulnerability actually is exploited. And here it is right here. There's proof of concept. Here's how it breaks, and then here's all your references. So if you guys have never done, I don't dig in, look, I'm not on the software side of things, but this is where a lot of this stuff happens, right? And as an engineer, sometimes I have to go look that stuff up and know why I have to go to a new version of things, right? So sometimes I have to dig it in, or sometimes I can dig in and say, you know what? I actually know that I've mitigated that in this other way, and then in my write-up I'll say, we don't actually have to change the environment yet. We're secured based on this, this, and this. That is within our policy of defense in depth, and with our air-gapped environment, this is still safe to run. You do that sometimes, right? This is engineering. Okay. So anyways, I want to play with the sender. What they said, there's an Ascender script, and we could run it in K3s, it sounds like. So we might stand some of this up and run this in the environment. Six is still the only one up. That's kind of funny. We're going to start seeing those turn green here in a minute. But we booted the whole environment, so it's going to take some time. All right. Key performance. Okay, so we talked about that. And then in the file system part, so this is just kind of a review still from the different weeks. We have recordings on all this stuff if you guys want it. But then we started talking about what you can see with ls block, block ID, tune 2fs, dump e2fs, mount lsof. And there's a bunch of things about the system that you can see. Mainly, we want to know what disks are there. We want to know how the disks are configured and what's there. We can look at the individual file systems, but typically you can't tune a file system unless you've unmounted it first. So that's kind of a rule to know. If you need to tune an FS of a running system, sometimes you have to quiesce and bring the system down. Like if you've got some other system that can take the load, maybe fail over some channel paths, then you can go and look at how a file system was mounted and fix it, and then bring it back up, and that's something we didn't really do that too much in the lab, but I just show you where that's at because that's something that's understandable. And then when you bring a system down, your ways to run the system where it's not mounting that are booting into like a single user mode and doing tune 2fs, or booting to a separate type of disk, booting into a different operating system. If you have like parted, I think the disk is called like parted, and you can just have that in your cluster or in your environment, and then you can spin up that node to that disk, look at all the disks that are attached, even in a virtual environment, tune the file system in some way if you need to, leave, go back to your normal system, and hopefully that fixes whatever problem. That's a pretty extreme use case, but that does happen sometimes. I've had to do that before with file systems that were improperly created or something like that. You can modify them, but you can't modify them while you're in them. You have to leave and then go back into them. And we looked at those that week. We didn't really dig into that much. But again, this is one of these things where as we get in the last weeks, if you guys want to dig more into any one piece, let me know and we'll hang out and keep working on them. Mount, we talked about how mount checks. If you just use mount by itself, it dumps all the mounts to your system, right? Over here, those are still booting. Just do mount and it just tells you all the things that are mounted. It also tells you the order that they're mounted, and so that's kind of nice. And maybe I want to grep for just like temp. I just want to see the temp things in my environment, and then I go, oh, okay. Very quickly I can see that /temp is not mounted differently than the actual regular file system. I can also cd to temp df-h dot and see that as well, or df-h on temp. That would also do it, and I can see that it's mounted off of the base file system of the box, right? These are things that I can know very quickly. Oh look, some of the nodes are coming back up. That's good. Over here we also see them come back up. But over here in our check that's going every 1 minute, we're also checking. All right, so we did that, and then we learned about what administrators do, and I talked about where does our work come from. As an administrator, your work tends to come from one of two places. Either we track systems and find issues, right? Monitoring, watching logs, touching a server every day. Maybe I got a little script that I run, and while I sip my coffee in the morning, it just looks through everything that's going on. Hey, Sir Juke, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Also follows over on the Twitch side, Harry Freebie and Control Command. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. I don't know, sometimes there's like a raid coming in and we get something like that, but hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. The environment's starting to look clean, guys. The environment's starting to look clean. Let's give it one more run through and see if everything kind of comes up well. And then we'll kind of go from there. You guys see Ranger? He's not super impressed with us. I love that. I love that. My dog's getting old, so I like that we have captured him. There's him laying around on the floor. There's my wife. So we were in Hawaii for the last week. There's my wife. She took everything out downstairs. When things come back in our house, everything gets washed. So everything was downstairs, like all the clothes and stuff, even if we didn't wear them, got washed. So she had them all in we got like a little guest room downstairs. And that must be empty, and she stood back up and moved it out of the way. But yeah, there's Ranger laying around, not working too hard. That's Ranger for you. All right, back here though, where does work come from? So we find work for ourselves, which sometimes you guys might say, hey Rob, how's it going? Rating with 91, geez, that's a lot of people. We are kind of going. No, I appreciate you coming by anytime you do, Rob. I haven't even been on for a week because I've been down in. Yeah, I think I got to do my own shout out. Hold on, shout out to RWX Rob, and I haven't even been on streaming for the last I haven't streamed for the last week because we were in Hawaii. Me and the wife were in Hawaii. I was giving training at one of the high performance compute customers that we have, and my company is I work for a company called Redline, and we do a bunch of government and different types of contracts and stuff out there, and you guys can look them up if you want. Redline Performance Systems is what they're called. And what I'm doing here is I'm just getting back in the swing of things, and I'm just going over something that we already have. So if we go to Discord, give you guys a little bit of a background. I run a Discord. The Discord is called the Professional Linux Users Group. We got 3,100 members. We're getting bigger. And my goal is to take you guys that are doing this stuff as hobbyists and turn you into professionals. Most anybody that can listen to me for more than a minute is probably doing this stuff professionally. So what my goal is to get you guys doing, probably doing this stuff as an amateur, like you're playing around with it, you like the stuff. But what I'm trying to do is get you guys doing it professionally. So we've got this Discord. There's a bunch of topics in here, a bunch of stuff going on. But here at the beginner start here section, we've got like stuff about Linux and a bunch of free certs that you can go take that are out in the world that I've just kind of gathered. And then we're running a Linux systems administration course. We're 8 weeks into it, and it's a 16-week course, but I've got a bunch of playlists for it where people who are doing maybe just, again, you feel pretty confident at the command line, but you want to learn about the job, this is what it is. And it's about 8 hours of work a week. So if you go into Prolog Projects and you go look, at all the resources are here, but I ask you a bunch of questions. There's discussion questions you got to get in. It's a whole involved thing, right? I'm running it like a college course. Most people that are doing it have said it's pretty challenging. The questions are getting more complex. So in Unit 8, we're talking about it's a 2-week holiday to your country, and most of the engineers and architects who designed the system are out of town, but you're a systems administrator and you're going to try to keep it all running. You've noticed a pattern of logs filling up on a set of web servers from increased traffic. This happens. Your research shows, and then you verify that the logs are being sent off in real time to Splunk, so we know the logs are leaving the servers, so that's good. That means that on the servers they can be considered ephemeral, meaning that we can toss them, right? Your team has just been deleting the logs every few days, but one of the third shift engineers didn't read the notes, and your team suffers downtime. So he didn't read the notes, he didn't do his deletion that week, and now we got a problem. So the theme of week 8 is, or unit 8, was all how to script things. So I say, how might you implement a simple fix to stopgap the problem before all the engineering resources come back for the next week? So the whole thread of that was around doing, like, I had you guys doing basic scripting stuff, but you've already by unit 8 done all the disk stuff, and you know where all the files are and all that stuff. So maybe I say, why can't you just make a design fix? Like, we know we can add space to var log if we had extra space, right? If we had some extra disk space laying around, we could just do an lv extend -r whatever, and we could, like, make the system bigger. But, well, is that, should we be making should I be making design changes over the holidays, like over some long, vacation weekend, when I'm just an engineer or a junior admin running systems? Should I really be making design changes in production, or should I be maybe working with my engineering change board and all these different things? Thanks for all the follows, guys. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Oh, somebody wanted a ranger check. Hold on. How's Ranger doing? Somebody did a ranger check. 1 second. There's Ranger. It's my dog Ranger. He's downstairs. While we were in Hawaii, my brother Tom kept an eye on him for us, and Tom was posting in our pets channel, like, oh, hey Rangers, like, where are my humans at? Because we didn't go pick him up right away. We picked him up this morning because it was raining last night, but this was him over at my brother Tom. So that's Ranger. And our Ranger check tends to be Ranger right there. So he's my dog downstairs. And the Ranger cam just keeps an eye on him as he, guards the house. Ostensibly, he's guarding the house, but really we know he's just laying around. He just had his 13th birthday. He is an old dog. He's also the one who's welcoming you guys as you hop on. Just mount storage counter and S3 buck if we really want disk space and keep the VM very minimal. Yeah, Igris, that's possible in some cases. Sometimes we also... Oh, look, the environment's clean now. So that was we were updating the environment before you guys came in, and we rebuilt everything, and we can check to make sure that everything is got the right container on it, and then we can just go over here, and instead of checking all the servers like this, we can just hit an Ansible uname -r and just make sure that all of our systems are updated to the new kernel that they should be on. Robodom, how's it going, Robodom? Thanks for coming by. We got raided a few minutes ago, so we're kind of just hanging out, not working too hard. Everything's up on the .42 version of the kernel. So the version of the kernel, major version is 5, minor version is 14, and patch is 0. And then in the Linux kernel, they also give these subversion numbers, but we went from like 19 here to like 42. So I think these are called patch versions for the Linux kernel. They're one of the few that don't follow exactly the semantic versioning side of things. Yeah, Robodom, I realize you work sometimes on Sundays. Robodom, you probably know I've been gone for a week, so I haven't even been streaming. But yeah, you're welcome to hang out. I have run out of water, so we were just... let me grab a water real quick. 1 second, guys. Be right back. Grab me a water bottle. A couple water bottles. But what we've done today so far is kind of update our lab environment here. Make sure that we have a good set of... There, I'm back. We updated the kernel, we updated the version in our environment, and then one of the last things we could do if we want to be good stewards of our environment is container list, right? And this one is no longer needed. This version of the lab that we had updated to and done whatever, but maybe I'll keep it around a little bit until we... No, Robodom, I was in a data center almost the entire time I was there. Well, data center and training room. So, actually I think I can post, hold on. Let me make sure I don't have anything confidential in here. I mean, I wouldn't have any pictures of anything confidential anyways, but let me see if I have a good picture here. 1 second, I'm looking on my phone for I took a couple pictures of my training slides. I think Let's see. Let's make sure I don't have anything in there. I think, yeah, I think I can post those. I'm looking at them. There's nothing on there that's, nothing in there that's breaking any rules. Let me put it on my, put it in off topic. Give me a second here. Oh, that's a good picture of me and the wife. Oh, okay. Hold on, guys. I think that's all pretty okay. That's all pretty fine to send. All right. Yeah, I was looking on my phone real quick to show you guys something. Real quick. So I'm putting it. I pushed to the Discord. So in off topic, here was my training center. This was my little training. I always bring my Blue Yeti mic because Blue Yetis are really good at picking up a room. So if you have a room of people that are trying to talk in and that kind of stuff. Yeah, we had a good time, Robodom. It was good. It was definitely good. But guys, I'm going to show you guys something. See this little thing here with its one little leg sticking out? Look at what it looks like from the front. This was, excuse me, just a little monitor that I bought. It's like $60 on Amazon. And I could just put it next to my, and then go right over USB-C on both sides. And then I had 3 monitors while I was there. So it was pretty great. And this was kind of like what my day looked like. And, you know, what I put objectives for all my training and all that kind of stuff. So it was good. It was fun. Good training and that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, that monitor was so good, man. It was so... Because sometimes when you want to run a meeting, if you guys ever do presentations or run meetings, you want to have a screen that controls all the controls of the meeting if you can. And then you want to have the meeting area where you're actually presenting. And you want those separate because you don't want people... It's just professional. And then I had this other area in between. So those screens were actually apart from each other. And then I could stage things or start to get stuff ready before I shared it, which was really, really nice. So, yeah, so like this was what I was presenting on, even to the room. This was as we started the call. I actually moved this one over here. So this is the Zoom session set up over here. And then I would use this monitor for whatever. And then I would move it. It's actually funny. It would move left to go up here. And then it would move right to, so this was the far right. This was the middle. And this was the far left of the screens. Yeah, it's very convenient to have. I thought that I would only have these, and I would mirror this to one of these, and that would have also been acceptable to me. So sometimes you mirror two, but you, if you guys have ever presented, please believe me on this. As a guy who's taught for a long time and professionally been a college professor and done, you might think, oh, hey, I'll just read from my slides up there. But it's actually really, really nice to be able to read something close. not from like the strain of just having bad eyesight. I'm just talking, it's nice to be able to, like if I wanted to put my mouse on something, to have my mouse down here so that it shows up there. So, yeah, Robedom, I'm not feeling too much jet lag. I will tell you the entire time I was on that island, I was getting up at 3 a.m. because I normally get up at 5:30 here in Phoenix. So I was getting up very early in the island time. And then we just never got used to it. So me and the wife were getting tired at like 9 o'clock there and just going to bed like really early and then getting up and kind of getting a little work done before I'd have to go into the office. So, yeah. And Robodom, you guys changed time zones today, didn't you? Didn't you guys outside of Phoenix? We don't change it. Yeah, it's hard to get. Anyway, so that's that. You guys can see that if you want. I can clean these containers up, or I might keep some of these as I work through some of these different versions. But this is the version of the system that we're on now. So, all right, there's that. What I really hate, by the way, I don't think my phone did it today. I hate when my phone here in Phoenix, Arizona changes time, even though I'm in Phoenix, Arizona, and I have the time set, and I have the time set not to change. It still changes, and that's kind of a frustrating thing. So. Yeah, Robedom, I think I'm an hour ahead of you now. Yep, because it's only 12:41 for me here, so I'll probably go help the wife in a little bit because she just went and got some food and stuff for us. So okay, So over here, we're just kind of going through. We're up to week 3. We had 8 weeks already recorded. You guys can go and dig in on them as much as you want. That's why I wanted to emphasize this course is free. It is from the perspective of somebody trying to get into the field that's not in the field yet. So I said, where does our work come from? We track issues, and this is basically making your own work. And you might say, well, Scott, why would I ever want to make my own work? Well, because if you're in an administrative role and you're just kind of sitting back and keeping everything running, that's fine. But don't be surprised if when you stay in that role, you never really move forward, right? And the people who get into systems administration or basic help desk monitoring, some of these different places that you can get in, like Network Operations Center, that never move up, it's common. It's very common. So, yeah. So, you're over here operating and keeping the lights on, but are you optimizing things? And the more you do this, I'm telling you, I'm not telling you, like, give extra time. What I'm telling you is while you're sitting there anyways, you could pick up and sweep up the systems a little bit, as it were. Like, figure out how to, if you find yourself every morning, you come in and you go, well, if I just check the disk space of all the servers when I first come on, and I clean them up a little bit, I don't get too many calls while I'm working. And you say, okay, that's cool. But that's kind of annoying. Why go check disk space on every node? Why not just write a little script that does it? Even better, have monitoring in place, but maybe your company doesn't have that kind of money, right? So you're writing little scripts or whatever, and you're doing things better, but then you start to turn those into procedures for people. And you start to put them into like a root scripts folder or an admin scripts folder or something where now anybody can run it if they learn how to do it. And then that starts to become the standard, and you're optimizing the way that your systems work, right? I tell you guys all the time, Zabbix is great for people that use that. Nagios is an older one, but it's great. Zabbix, what are some other ones? Obviously, we've got the ones we do in our home lab here, which is the ingest, storage, and presentation layers of, Telegraph, Promtail, Node Exporter being read into from Influx, Loki, Prometheus, and then Grafana looking at all of it. Oh, you're a Zabbix employee, or a Zabbix enjoyer. Nice. I looked down for a second and thought that said employee, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I'll get some good stories from that. Prometheus is great. I've got a whole training thing on Prometheus for you guys. In my home lab, right, we've got Ranger. Obviously, we're watching Ranger. Oh, look at Ranger dog. But we could instead come over here and say Prolug, and we could look at our lab servers. Oh, I haven't been in here lately. I've been gone, guys. I've been gone, but we want to see how our lab environment's looking. Our lab environment looks way more cleaned up than it had been. And I can go look over here, and we want to see our logs and apps, and we want to see we want to look at our security and connectivity. Those are our main ones. Yeah. So now we've got this running. We've got our logs and apps. See, logs. So logs are all of the failed logins to our P01 Jumpo 1 box, right? For people that haven't been around for this before. That's kind of what this looks like. Sometimes I just let this spin in the background. And security and connectivity over here of our nodes. Ping. Are we getting a DNS query? How responsive is DNS from our internal system? How many current failed login attempts are there into our system? And are the users getting blocked out forever? Yes. So we come over here, and we can just kind of let that run over here. So I could make work for myself in my home lab all the time. This is one way that work comes into us as administrators when we're administering a cluster. The other way, we get trouble tickets from users. The goal is to knock these out quick. Don't leave them hanging out in the work queue. One of your primary, so on an operations team, the number one key performance indicator of a operational team is uptime. How up is your system? That's the number one thing. We express that in number of nines, so 3 nines, 4 nines, 5 nines, more nines. You can go look those up if you want. We don't need the Ascender stuff here rotating. Let me pull this out real quick. We'll leave those things rotating, but we'll not do that. We have to triage incidents to decide what to work on first, and we talked a little bit this week when if you go watch the recording on how triage works and what's the term triage. Most people know about it maybe from like a medical or a battlefield setting, but most people don't know about it from like a systems setting. So we got a triage. And I said many times the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Something may not be the most critical, but by the time you get to the ticket, it's already been escalated to your manager. One of our guys wrote these labs, and there's a character in the labs that's super annoying named Bob Blursky. And Bob Blursky is just doing crap in your environment all the time and causing problems. If any of you guys want that, by the way, these are free labs on Killer Coda. And if you go to Killer Coda and then you look for Fisherman's Lab. So I'll link this to all you guys. They're free. They don't cost anything. He's got some really good labs for you guys about what it looks like to be a junior systems administrator and what type of work comes in. And basically your goal in these labs is just to knock out trouble tickets. Just how much, so you think what it takes to start your career as a Linux sysadmin, huh? And his are much more combative than mine. But you got to fix user issues, close out problem tickets, troubleshoot errors based on poor end user descriptions. That's common. The system's acting funny. What the hell's it doing? Telling jokes? No, we're engineers. We deal in clarity and truth, right? That's what an engineer does. We are precise in our language and our writing. And that's actually a value we add as engineers to a company. But anyways, this is about being a junior Linux systems administrator. First one, user forgot their password over the long weekend. Bob Blursky changed his password on a Friday. By the way, I'm going to tell you, never change your password on a Friday. Especially if you work in systems with 15 plus character requirements. Classic Bob move, right? Bob Blursky's bad from the very first one. Now you got to reset his password to temp123, and then you got to go do it. So you say maybe ID B Blursky. All right, there's his ID, and this guy passed WD B Blursky, right? And then his password is temp123. If you mess that up or you fat finger it or something like that, it won't work. Thanks for the follows, guys. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Here's some hints, right? And then we check, and it's successful, and then we go, one user is using too much storage. Bob Blursky keeps getting alert emails that he's using too much storage on his home directory. He's not sure what's using up so much space, as he isn't really working on much. Anyways, I'll let you guys play with Bob Blursky if you like. He's got some fun stuff. You can ask questions. Fisherman is actually one of the guys in our Discord who also streams. So he tends to do some working sessions throughout the week. He's also really great to ask about if you have solutions architect type questions from AWS, as he has, what is he up to now? I think he's up to 7 of their certs. I think I have 5 or 6 of their certs, and he's got 7. 7 or 8. Where's he at? Where am I at? I think I'm at 6, and he's at 7. Or maybe I'm at 5, and I forget. Right? But anyways, the point is he's got a whole bunch of them. He's a really good resource for you guys if you want to watch that stuff and ask questions and stuff. So anyways, we want to keep tasks out of our work queue. I was saying this earlier. I started to say this. The number one thing in an operations team is uptime. The most important thing for an administrative team, one of these KPIs, key performance indicators, that your managers, the directors above them, the VPs, anybody looking at your metrics, one of the primary metrics is how clean are you keeping your work queue. I can just tell you, if your team sits on 100 plus tickets that are just sitting there not getting resolved, that looks really bad. Your manager is going to push on you guys about that. One of the things I actually have it in some of my older versions of my resume, I've come on teams where we would average about 120. We'd have 8 or 9 guys, and we would average about 120 work tickets in our queue when I came on. And I won't say this was completely me. There was actually another guy, this guy Jeremy Osborne, and he and I we used to get in pretty early, and he and I would just knock out. We would just knock out the ticket queue when we'd get in the morning. We'd also argue a lot, he and I. He's a good buddy of mine, but we would just knock out tickets out of our trouble queue, and we averaged, by the time we left there, I think he left there a while after I did, but I left there pretty quickly. The CGI was a long drive for me, so I didn't stay out there very long, but we ended up, I remember we would average under 5 tickets in our queue any morning when we came in. We cleaned that queue up and just kept it clean, and that was a big part of kind of our, I want to say, our pride of our system. We don't leave our system dirty, and then you start to find that all these fires and stupid things that pop up in your system go away when you're keeping track of your system and keeping it clean. I always tell people, if the way I liken it to is, if any of you have ever driven an old Bronco, right? I used to have old Broncos when I was younger. I would always work on those and S10s, right? which is funny because most people are either a Chevy or a Ford guy. I tend to be a Chevy guy, but I've worked on Fords too. When you're driving an old vehicle and you've kind of got like a little bit of play you got a little bit of play in your steering column, you'll be going down the road and your vehicle will kind of go like this a little bit, right? So if you just kind of go like this with the steering wheel, it's okay and it's correctable because you're getting to it easy. But if you were just to sit there and let that keep going, you're going to drive off the road. That's how some of those older vehicles are. So I know you can tighten up the steering column and all that kind of stuff, but they get loose over time, especially if you're going off-roading and stuff. And where I'm going with that is you get used to just keeping a system on track. And it's easier to keep it on track with small adjustments than big sweeping adjustments later. All right, it's also safer. So I think about that in systems often when I do these things. This was me showing you guys like what ServiceNow might look like. You go into like ServiceNow, and this might be a way that you get work in, right? And in this case, this is looking at like container vulnerable items. So this is probably being generated by something that's scanning your systems or something. But then I could come in and maybe turn this into a work ticket for one of my junior engineers, or maybe I can go there. Simply, do I give tech advice for a career? You can ask me whatever you want. I try to answer any question that's reasonable. I have not been, I've been an engineer for a long time. I have never been a software engineer, so I can't really tell you much about that. But network engineering, storage engineering, systems engineering, Linux, platform, Windows even, I've been an engineer on, although I don't really advertise that much. But I've been an engineer to be an engineer for a long time. So I can try to give you an answer in that space if I can. Situation, I'm employed in one of the largest tech companies, but the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. I had other offers considered when I joined the company. I really cursed myself for making such a decision. Well, Sinbleed, it depends, right? Like sometimes when companies go under, right, especially big companies, a lot of times there's good landing places for you. I would always tell you, look, I'm in a weird situation because I am always looking for jobs. And you say, are you always looking for jobs because you're actually looking, or are you always looking for jobs because you're a college professor and you want to know what's out there so that you can talk to your students about it? It's more of that. And also working with you guys in the Professional Linux Users Group, I want you guys to be ready and comfortable to go find work. So I look through job stuff all the time. In fact, my phone, you know how you guys, like when you check things, like you start to get like alerts. Like if you go look up a Toyota Tundra the next few days, you're just going to be getting Toyota and truck ads from everybody. For me, I am always pegged as somebody that's looking for work. And I've actually told my employers this. I've told my company Redline, I'm like, look guys, if you ever see something up there or you ever see it look like I'm posting for jobs, or you see me pop up as somebody who's a candidate because I'm looking for jobs, you need to understand that I'm always looking for work. But anyways, where I'm going with that is, I had a good friend that used to always say it like this. He goes, I was looking for a job when I found this one. And I always thought that was really funny, but it's also true. Like, you can keep feelers out. There's nothing out there, especially this is true for me. I don't think there's anything out there that should ever preclude you from doing what's best for you. You're the one at the end of the day who's responsible for feeding yourself and your family and keeping a roof over your head. And if that means leaving a company because you see the writing on the wall that you watch the company drive right at the iceberg and you're like, this is going to be, I've maybe got about 6 more months of this, and you decide to go jump and people are like, oh, you shouldn't be leaving just yet. You got to do what's best for you, man. And I think that's one of the things about tech that's interesting is, and I've explained this to engineers a lot, you can go on the course you're at with a company. Like let's say you start as a junior admin and you don't have any skills, but now you start working with all this werewolf and you're working with high performance compute. The most any company's HR is ever going to pay you, the most, if you get the best score you can possibly get on your year-end reviews, is probably like 6%. Maybe somebody can pull a string and give you 10% more. But here's the thing. Your skills are going, so this is the most HR can pay you right here. This line like this. But the most, but jumping and using those skills in the industry is almost not quite an exponential growth, but it's definitely a steeper curve. And I yeah, you can look for other things. And I tell people all the time, tech is one of the few places where you have to jump to get paid what you're worth. Because if your manager loves you, unless he just has positions to keep promoting you into to get over that 6%, 6% is the most HR can ever tend to give you. Most of you guys know that's not even keeping up with inflation right now. Inflation's insane in America, right? I imagine it is everywhere, but yeah, you're never gonna get, yeah, that. So I would tell you just you got to do what's best for you if you want my tech advice. And I've jumped around over the years. I'm pretty stable where I am, because you will find a point where there's diminishing returns. Like if you're making, let's just throw a number out there. If you're making over 150K a year, and you're looking at another job that's only like 5K more a year. Most people, when they're down early in their career, would go, I'd take 5K more a year. I wouldn't. If I'm in a stable place and I enjoy what I do, and somebody didn't come to me with more than for me to jump where I'm at now, I'd probably have to be offered something about 100K more, because I am comfortable where I'm at. I enjoy what I do. I like going out to Hawaii and training people. I like hanging out and working on the systems that I do. I'm getting a lot of skills that are useful in other places, but I'm also getting to train people. There's no reason for me to move. I'm where I'm going with that is you're going to change over your career what is kind of interesting and useful to you. And I know engineers that get paid really, really well, but they still jump jobs every 2 years because they don't want to get complacent. They don't want to stay in one place. It's also job security. Hopping can turn bad if you're jobless for a couple months. Yeah, you never jump to a new job unless you have one. Guys, I made a at the end of 2019, I left. I was the platform engineering lead for AAA. I've told some of you guys this. And I was the platform engineering lead for them for all of Linux and Windows. And I jumped over to a company called Best Western, and I was their Ansible architect, but I was a contractor. And I helped them build out all their Ansible infrastructure, AWX, right? We did all this cool stuff with it. They loved me. They told me they were going to hire me. And 4 months later, if you guys remember March and April of 2020, because I came over there right at December of 2019, they lost everybody. Every contractor got let go from Best Western in April of 2020. It was right at the end of March of 2020. Every one of them was let go, including me. They liked me. My management was giving me the best reviews ever, but every single one of them got cut so that the company could survive. Yeah, Foss Unleashed. Yeah, I didn't even get into the numbers of that, but yeah, it's not even worth it. Like literally, you would have to, like, if you came to me and said, hey, Scott, jump into an unknown environment, you're going to have to learn a bunch of stuff, you're going to have to basically be crawling and learning your environment all over again, which, by the way, I actually get to do in my current role, and it is something I like to do. But if you told me I had to start brand new, you'd be paying me at least 100K more than I make right now. That would be for me to even consider it, guys. And you say, oh, that I'm not being a chat about it, because here's the thing. I know every day that I'm going to be done with work, and then I'm going to get to do my college classes, I'm going to be done for the night. Sometimes I do some extra work at night at my discretion, but I don't have to. If I jumped into a new role, especially at my level of engineer, I'd probably be spending 10, 12 hours a day getting up to speed and being able to cognizantly answer these questions for people who are going to immediately start asking me questions about systems that have existed for many years and I've never even touched. And I need to be an expert very quickly. The higher you like, the more you make, the more people expect you to be an expert immediately, right? And yeah, I wouldn't leave where I'm at right now for less than 100K more. And that might sound super Chad, but it's true. Because there's other quality of life considerations. And I've talked about this with engineers, and I don't go into this too much here. I talk more about it on the Discord if people ask me, like one-on-one, and so, not one-on-one, but like in smaller groups. But there's some shifts that are going to happen to you in your career. When you get over 70K, there's some things that are going to change. When you get over about 110K, there's some things that are going to change. And when you make over like 175K, I think there's some other changes that also occur. But that's kind of my perception of my career as I've kind of went. And you're gonna get to those numbers if you just keep being good at basic engineering stuff, right? That's not unreasonable. In fact, most of you guys probably look at levels.fyi and you see all these software engineers making big money and everybody wants to make that, but it's like you still have to have these skills and you still have to kind of work your way up into that. All right, guys, the wife is home, so I got to get off of here, but more administrative tasks. Some people like Kanban boards and Jira. I actually like these as well. And then working with management. You need to understand that your management really only cares about what you're doing next for them. Management forgets your tasks almost as fast as they give them to you. So I tell engineers all the time, you've got to keep track of your own work. Right? I just went from 50 to 80 and I'm super autonomous, was overwhelming. Yeah. Lopsided pixel. When you make that jump, there's going to be other considerations because now you have some money left over after bills, and you have some other things, and then as you move up into some of these other, and these are just general things from like my career and some of my friends' careers, but you will find different. You will find different. Different things become more of a priority because, like again, like. The first week, again, to not sound too chat about it, but when the first week of pay for a month covers all your bills, your house, your car, your everything, and then the rest is like, what do I do with this? I mean, it starts to be where like you're like, well, now I do have to think about all these other things and how much are we saving and this and this, and then if you have family, there's also some considerations there, obviously, but it starts to, it's just an interesting thing, and you will get there in your career if you keep working at doing these things better and better. Anyways, working with management, make sure that you're keeping track of what you accomplish, and I like to do it chronologically. I was talking about that, but at the end of the year, your company is always going to ask you for you're going to do year-end reviews. As any individual contributor in a company is always going to do year-end reviews, and your company is going to expect you to have tracked a lot of that, and like this is one of these places where you get to say like, I did this, this, and this. I think that I have earned this as far as your rating scale. And then management might go, well, I don't think you did that. And you're like, well, okay, that's fine. But I just need you to know that this is the value I think that I've added based on these things. That's a way better discussion to have than, well, I think I did pretty good this year. And they're like, well, did you? And you're like, I think I did. The person who's organized as an engineer and shows things as an engineer is going to get better pay as an engineer, right? So, all right, let's keep going. I showed some logical volume management stuff. This is a little drawing I did on, you get raw disks, you add them in as physical volumes, then you aggregate those up into volume groups, and then you carve out logical volumes from those groups, put file systems on them, and mount them into the disks, mount them into the system. In week 3, which is the week 3 thing, there's a lab that makes you do all of this. So anybody trying to catch up, you got a lot of work to do where I make you work on some stuff, and then I make you like learn some stuff. I make you hands-on some stuff. Learn some stuff hands-on. Back and forth. This is an iterative process to become a good engineer on these different types of things. All right. Lab tasks this week. So these are all the things that you would do in week 3 labs right here. And then the lab walks you through all of them on our Rocky environment. So I've got a Rocky environment stood up with 19 servers that some of you just saw me update. And then you can go and you can do whatever you want. There's the book, by the way. Somebody did the book. The book is, nothing here costs any money. I want to make sure everybody knows that. But the book is the only thing that costs any money. And that goes into a little more depth on some of the lab stuff. Labs are free. Book is free. But if you choose to do something with the book, you can. That's up to you. Did I say the book is free? Sorry, the book is not free. The book's the only thing that costs anything. That's on LeanPub. Everything else in this environment, all these labs, all this training is all free. All the access to my lab equipment and stuff is free. So, all right, questions? That's me. That's how you get a hold of me. All right, guys, I got to drop off of here because the wife's home. But let's go to our end of stream message. You guys are welcome to hang out down in the Discord. Robodom, well, I'll do Discord here because I know you're on the other side. You can't watch it here. But I will hit you guys with the Discord link if anybody wants to join. You're welcome to hang out down there, talk with other engineers, find things that are interesting to you, and then spin off into hopefully a good career that really, hopefully maybe even changes around what you do. Let's go find somebody to raid real quick. Is anybody on right now? Somebody that I'm following. Practical NPC's on. We're going to raid Practical NPC. I love his stuff. He's working on games, but he does a lot of really good tech stuff. And he's also an ambassador for Godot. So if any of you are, if you want to find other fun stuff to do as engineers and learn other stuff, he makes games. So we're going to go raid him, and our raid message should be do all the Linux or one of those type of things. All right. Thanks, guys, for coming. I will talk to some of you probably tomorrow. Take care.